So the mover scheme, which is not really a part of FTP, but it is under customs. So mover means manufacturing and other operations in warehouse. Okay. So that means it is under customs. There are two types of warehousing licenses which are there. One is section 58, which talks about private custom bonded warehouse, which is predominantly been used where you import, keep it without payment of duty. Later on, you can export or even clear domestically in piecemeal if you want. So that is a private custom bonded warehouse. The another type of custom bonded warehouse license is a manufacturing, which is what we call a mover license, where you can import without payment of duty. You can even manufacture. You can do that. You designate your plant as a mover license, where you can import without payment of duty, undertake the manufacturing activity also, and later on you can export as is, so that you don't have to first pay the duty, because the intent is again that the exporters should get the benefit. Okay, now this is a deferral scheme. Mover scheme is not really an exemption scheme, it's a deferral scheme. What does that mean? That when you import and you export, then it's fine. But if you clear domestically, then you will have to pay the duty. So it's only the duty payment is deferred to that extent. The deferment continues forever when there is an export. But if there is a domestic sale that happens from that plant, which is a mover license, then you will have to pay the duty. Now, this scheme also they introduced about, I mean, as a concept, manufacturing in warehouse has been there since beginning. There's a section 65, which is dedicated for this under Customs Act. And it's been there for a very long time. But now they've kind of revamped the scheme about 2-3 years back. Under the support for Make in India, they have given this benefit that you can import capital goods, you can import raw material without payment of duty, keep it in mover license, use as much as possible. But if you clear domestically, even capital goods like machinery you've imported under mover license, you used it for 6-7 years. Okay. After that, when you clear it, but you'll have, it's a deferral, you'll have to pay what was saved at that point in time, or you destroy within your plant, you don't have to pay anything. So whenever you clear domestically, you will have to pay the duty. That's what the mover scheme is talking about. The challenge, and this always gets compared with advance authorization also. There has been some recent change which is coming into the scheme. The challenge earlier people used to face was that this scheme means that every import you will have to find into bond bill of entry. And when there is a clearance, domestic clearance, you will have to file ex bond bill of entry. So to create, imagine if I'm manufacturing a car and I'm importing raw material, when I clear that car in India instead of exporting, I'll have to actually calculate the import duty content in all the imports that have gone into manufacturing that car. And then I'll have to file the ex bond bill of entry, which was operationally becoming a bit of a challenge for mover scheme holders. So now it is proposed in this budget in the finance bill, and rather in the Finance Act. This still needs to be enacted, but they have brought a change that now you don't have to file into bond and ex bond bill of entry. It is only bill of entry for home consumption. Either ways, when you import and when you clear. But the other change which is there is that rather I would say regressive step in terms of mover scheme is that they have brought, you will have to earlier the benefit of import without payment of duty covered BCD as well as IGST. Now they've said that the benefit is only to the extent of BCD. That means that even if you are in mover, you will have to pay IGST. Okay. Now, if I have to pay IGST, there is a 18 to 28% duty incidence, which is that we're going to take away the cash flow benefit that I was getting under mover scheme. Okay. So that to that extent, now that has become, it may lose its shine, mover scheme, what interest it has been gathering so far. But in terms of operational ease out, they've really brought that. And then even as an advance authorization also, if somebody wants to go for export on payment of IGST, then in any case, people prefer to pay IGST on import also. In that case, maybe these two schemes will be at par. So why I took up mover scheme over here is that whenever we are considering to evaluate the benefit that input or raw material has, okay, which are going to be used in exports, we should weigh down our options in terms of different schemes which are available. One, definitely we know advance authorization, which is a traditional scheme. One, the other one is mover. Then also we'll have to understand that with these schemes come with a rider that you will not be eligible for all industry rate duty drawback on your export. Exports under advance authorization are not eligible for road tax. So when you are weighing down your option, whenever we are suggesting any or advising exporters that, since you have export, what are the different incentives which are available? Okay, we should weigh down the different methods, different schemes under different parameters. So the parameters could be the proportion of import duty into import product, the proportion of import to export ratio, the proportion of export to domestic sale. So there are different parameters that ideally we should evaluate and then freeze on one scheme which works better. So ideally we should do it with actual factual numbers that any importer exporter has. Some of them, like I'll tell you example, rubber products are very widely being imported. Okay, the natural rubber, even synthetic rubber, they are being there is a huge import. Okay, considering the quality of the natural rubber available in other countries, but again it comes with a very huge import duty. Even the basic custom duty goes up to 25% in some of the rubber cases. In that situation, with in spite of any other benefit being lost, let's say we people consider going in for advance authorization or EOU, all for the precise reason that even if we miss on the on industry rate or road tax for that matter, but the benefit, the 25% saving that we get, because BCD is a complete cost. So the saving that we get on import side is still huge. So is in case of a lot of oil and gas products, where the duty incidence also to some extent is quite high. So you should be weighing down all your option uh, about the different schemes under foreign trade policy as well as in customs put together and evaluate under different parameters and then conclude which is the parameter that we should be taking. So this was on the duty remission scheme for raw material. Then there is a duty remission scheme which is there for capital goods also. So under capital goods, there will be separate schemes which, so EPCG has been there again for a very, very long time. EPCG gives you a benefit of you can import capital goods without payment of duty, customs duty, subject to the fact, subject to the obligation that you will achieve 6 times the duty saving as your export. So there is an export obligation that whatever custom duty saving you have on the import side, you will have to achieve the export obligation 6 times of that duty saving over a period of 6 years. And then there are other conditions that you should go beyond even average export obligation, specific export obligation. Maybe some of you have already seen the nitty-gritties of EPCG scheme. Again, whether this scheme will continue or not continue, there were a lot of discussion going on. Thankfully, this continues. What is discontinued is only post-export EPCG. So under the chapter 5, there were kind of two types of schemes. One was zero duty export promotion EPCG. That means no, there will be no duty at the time of import, subject to EPCG license and its obligation. Then there was something which is a post-export EPCG. So the 0% EPCG was a pre-import. That means that pre-export scheme. That means that first you will get a exemption on import of machinery, subject to the fact that you will have your obligation later. So you will have your exports happening later, but you will be given benefit beforehand. That is what is called a pre-export benefit. But there was something which was also available as a post-export EPCG, and this was something where generally people used to go for post-export, is that while there was a clarity that the product which will be manufactured using this machinery will be towards export, but we are not sure today that how much export will happen, because there will be some apprehension that while I know I'll be using this machinery for manufacturing product which eventually will get exported, but today I'm not sure about the quantum of exports that I will have, whether I'll be able to fulfill the 6 times duty saving obligation that the EPCG scheme is putting on me, and also understand the risk behind it, that you may, because generally capital goods are heavy machineries, right, and it has a huge duty incidence also. Even if I say 7.5% or 10%, rather, government has been rationalizing and reducing the basic custom duty rate for some of these machineries. But the value of this machine itself being so high, even a 7.5% or a 10% rate still constitutes a major cost of BCD. And while you can claim depreciation if you capitalize, but that still needs to be expensed out over a period of few years. Instead, can I get a benefit of not paying BCD? Is something why people prefer EPCG scheme to achieve that duty saving. But then, you've been given a period of 6 years to achieve your export obligation. The risk is that what if you don't achieve that obligation which was given to you? Then you end up paying the duty along with interest for all this time, which becomes a very huge outflow at a given point in time beyond 5 years. So imagine the interest also that got piled up all these years because you did not fulfill your obligation. So with that risk, people used to go for post export, that first let me see how much export I achieve, and only to the extent that I have export, they used to give kind of a script. Okay, so you imported capital goods without payment of duty. Sorry, you imported capital goods with payment of duty, but when you export, we'll give you a percentage back. That's how post-export EPCG used to work. Unfortunately, this has been discontinued. Now what you have is only EPCG scheme. So here again, as I said earlier, we will have to be mindful and actually do the math of the incentive, the benefit that we are getting, and be very realistic in terms of our export projections that we'll achieve out of the scheme. This EPCG scheme is extended to common service providers. Rather, another important change which has got that in line with the green technology support, the EV support, that rather if you see all the PLI schemes, are moving towards greener energy options. In line with that, uh, under EPCG scheme, there are few sectors who have been given a reduced export obligation benefit. So that means that unlike the other products, these product manufacturers, they can import under EPCG, and their export obligation 6 times duty saving will be reduced by 25% when it comes to they achieving export obligation. So the idea behind this is, again, government wants to push make in India and even export out of India. So if you see even like battery EVs, which are currently, there is a PLI scheme already giving benefit to EVs being manufactured in India. Now there is another capital good, and because all are under the setup phase right now, all OEMs are under setup phase. So they can also take a benefit of this EPCG scheme at this point in time. Then some of the other changes is that they are coming up with automatic approval and permissions and reducing the processing time, because a lot of time the apprehension is that while these benefits are available, I should get them timely, only then it helps me to claim the incentive. So take a situation, a lot of times the machinery is coming and we are in a hurry to clear. By then the license doesn't come through, EPCG license, and then eventually we end up not taking the benefit, because this benefit has to be taken when you're clearing the machinery from customs. It can't be taken later on. Then validity of authorization. It has been increased to 24 months. It was also increased in the earlier by notification couple of, I think 1.5 years back. But now they have brought this in policy itself in the in the new policy. So that means by validity that you can import your capital goods over a period of 2 years from the authorization date, because this machinery comes in piecemeal. Okay. So you will have a time of 24 months, within what time you can continue importing under that EPCG license. Then some of the sectors specifically have been given some benefit when it comes to average export obligation. Okay. Even handicraft, handyloom, this sector also has been given some benefit in terms of exemption from export average export obligation. Then reduction in some of the application fees also. Again, one of the important change which has come up is uh, the extension composition fees. So when you might be aware that when you don't fulfill your export obligation, you want to get an extension. So 6-year period is granted, which can be extended by another 2 years also for you to achieve export obligation there. But whenever you ask for extension, you have to pay a composition fees, which was to be 5%, 10% earlier. Now they've reduced it to 2%. So this will also, because this becomes another cost. So this is again a welcome change. One important, rather I would say a difficult task that they've added for export obligation fulfillment of EPCG is that the average export obligation earlier used to be seen over a period of the license life cycle, or a block wise it used to be seen. Now they're saying that every year you will have to achieve average export obligation. So I'll just quickly tell you what is average export obligation. That means that suppose when any existing manufacturing setup, okay, let's say I have a production line and I'm wanting to put another production line. So what they say that we'll give you EPCG benefit for the next production line, but you have to promise us the export obligation uh, beyond your average exports for last 3 years. There's a calculation. I'm just simplifying it for an understanding perspective that um, you have to see your last 3 years exports achieve it. So let's say I have achieved 100 crores over a period of last 3 years. So they will average it out and say that, okay, now you have to go beyond 100 crores to so that this we are giving you this EPCG benefit. Plus, whatever duty saving that happens into that particular license, there will be again a specific obligation also, 6 times the duty saved on time to that. So there are two types of obligation which will come up. Earlier, they used to say that, okay, this average we will see over a period of time. That means if I've got a first block of 4 years, I'll achieve this average obligation, export obligation, year on year, but to be seen on a totality basis. But now they are saying that you have to see it on a year on year basis, which can become a bit of a challenge for a lot of exporters, because it may, what happens is that, when you start off a new production line, okay, there is a gestation. Not in the first year, you may not achieve the sales or export target that was thought of, or there may not be as much of sale itself in the first year, because we are still in the production early stages of production line implementation. So this again will become a challenge. Then exports made by DTA unit only to be considered for EO fulfillment. Again, a very important point to remember that as an entity under one import export code, there will be multiple units. There can be DTA unit, there can be SEZ unit, there can be EOU unit. Now, out of these units, your export only towards a particular DTA unit is to be seen. Now, this seems to be more of clarificatory. The conceptually, it has always been similar that wherever the capital goods are, installed, only there you will have to see the exports. But now they've clarified this. So I'll just take a pause a minute. We're almost halfway through. Maybe any questions, or should I complete and then take the question answer towards the end? I still have to cover about 5 more chapters. Is it okay?
I think you complete first, then we'll take.
Sorry. Maybe can somebody use mic, because uh,
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, you can continue. And at the end of this session, if there's any question, we will come up with it.
Okay, fair enough. You can even keep on posting anything that you have, maybe over chat also. We can see it together towards the end. Another important change, as I was telling you at the beginning as a highlight, that this amnesty scheme, again, a very overdue scheme. A lot of people have been facing challenges in terms of getting the old EO, where they have fallen short of fulfilling their obligation. There is an amnesty scheme which has come up now, where you can, but now look at the, I would say, regressive side of it, or I would say the, um, you'll have to be cautious of the fact why you should go for amnesty and what are the fallout of it. Okay. Now, if you look at it, this scheme is beneficial to all the authorizations which were issued prior to 31st March 2015. Okay, so all the advanced authorization licenses or EPCG licenses which were issued till 31st March 2015, only those are eligible for amnesty scheme right now. Okay, so the ones which got issued in 1519 policy are not covered. Okay, for rather EPCG licenses, there is still a lot of licenses are still into their EO fulfillment period only. So this is for the old licenses. There is an amnesty scheme which says that we'll regularize your default in export obligation, provided you pay all custom duties which are saved. Okay, so you have to pay. So the exporter who's defaulted in export obligation will have to pay BCD, basic custom duty, in full. Interest will be capped at 100% of BCD. Definitely, by for now, since these are such old licenses, the interest meter has gone beyond 100% of duty. So they have capped it at 100%. So if the BCD that you have to pay is 100, your interest is now capped at 100. So you'll have to pay 200 that way. The CVD and SAD, because this being old scheme, the benefit that you would have taken at the time of those imports was countervailing duty and special additional duty, CVD and SAD, uh, duty that was saved. That uh, on that there will be no interest. So while you will have to pay CVD SAD, there is no under this amnesty, there's no benefit of not paying CVD SAD. You will have to pay all types of duties. But as far as interest is concerned, interest is only to be paid for BCD, and that too capped at 100% of BCD, and there will be no interest for CVD and SAD that you pay. Okay. Now this looks to be a benefit in terms of not having to pay interest on CVD SAD, but understand the. Uh, Let me give you that word of caution also over here, that it comes with a condition that there will be no SENVAT credit of that CVD and SAD, and there will be no refund also. So this has some history to it. Post implementation of GST, the problem that advanced authorization holders and EPCG holders are facing is that whenever they have to pay, so for some reason, okay, they're unable to fulfill their export obligation, or maybe they're unable to fulfill the actual user condition in some of the cases, like advanced authorization has an actual user condition. So for some or the other reason, if they have to give away the benefit that they had taken under advanced license and EPCG in any of the old policy, the idea they will have to pay BCD, CVD, SAD. And that means the old duty saving that they had in the earlier regime prior to GST. Now the question was that in the old time, if I would have paid CVD SAD for whatever reason, I would have taken the benefit of CVD SAD. Now the challenge is in the GST era, if I have to make the payment of CVD and SAD, I'm only eligible for credit for to the extent of IGST. So I can't claim CVD SAD credit now because now we moved to GST regime. But what I'm paying is CVD SAD. Now what do I do with this credit? People tried. First, the logical thought would have been that we should be allowed input tax credit under GST. Firstly, there's no such provision. Then secondly, because now GST is such a system driven, putting that one number also was becoming a challenge. So a lot of people resorted to applying for refund. That fine, since now there is no mechanism for me to claim SENVAT credit of this CVD SAD, at least allow me refund, because I would, if I was in old regime, I would have taken the SENVAT credit, which I'm not able to take it because of GST. So now you give me a refund. So a lot of people have gone ahead and applied for refund. There are a lot of writs which are pending. There are a lot of litigation which is happening even today around this refund or this SENVAT credit. To put a full stop to all this, what they have done is that when they brought amnesty scheme, they've categorically mentioned that you will not be allowed SENVAT credit or refund about it. Okay, now this to some extent is a difficult proposition, because the CVD SAD amount is going to be huge. Okay, now again to say that uh, if we want to go and apply for refund, or if you want to go for SENVAT credit, if somebody doesn't opt for amnesty and goes on to say that, okay, let me pay the interest but let me get the credit also. Okay, now that comparison somebody will have to do. To my mind, the interest which will come on CVD and SAD will be much higher than what saving you could have got if you got the credit. And also for the fact that credit availment itself is becoming a bit of tricky affair, and we don't know whether really we will succeed in getting that credit also. So we again compare your option. We'll have to do the math of how much is the saving that amnesty is going to bring me, and vis-a-vis the refund or the ITC or the refund that I'll have to let go, also with a condition that availment and refund itself is a bit dicey. Take a stand whether we should be going in for amnesty or no. Just that we'll have to act faster now, because this scheme is only to be registered. You'll have to register before 30th June. So if any of the exporters, importers who have huge advanced license pendency or EPCG pendency, uh, open licenses which were taken in the old policy, and so far the business or the export business particularly hasn't gone the way it was expected. So we are sitting on these open EPCG licenses with a default in export obligation. Try and close, do the working, and apply for amnesty as soon as possible. Okay, and just a couple of days back, the another apprehension was that while DGFT is coming up with the amnesty to call it a regularization of EO default, but eventually, if you see, the duty benefit was given by customs authorities. It was never given a per se by DGFT authorities. So, what was the standing of this amnesty scheme under customs? What if they start with penalty? What if they uh, start levying this interest also? So now, as recent as I think day before yesterday, customs also has given this interest waiver for CVD and SCD. So they've kind of aligned it with FTP now. So we need not worry on the customs front as well. So that was about amnesty scheme. Then I'll move to EOU scheme, which is again under Chapter 6 of Foreign Trade Policy. Been there for a very long time, been extensively used by heavy exporters. So those who have a major chunk of exports in their turnover, they generally opt for the scheme, because here again the movement of goods into EOU is completely without payment of duty, when and with a intention that the unit will export, and also to put a condition of positive net foreign earnings. That means that the export proceeds that you get should be more than the import payment that you make in foreign currency. So that weighing of those, so the positive NFE people will only be eligible for EO unit. So some of the exporters who have, let's say, 60, 70, 80% of their turnover is export, they prefer to go in for EOU. Also the ones who have heavy import duty content and which is getting into export, they also go for the scheme, because then you get a upfront exemption when you import anything and everything that comes into EOU, that way is exempt. There are some other operational benefit also which are there, that you can even import second-hand machinery into EOU without payment of duty, which is not allowed in EPCG. So again, depending on the option that works well for the fact and this case for that particular exporter, people have gone in for EOU. This scheme again continued in the new policy, barring few smaller changes. If you ask me, predominantly this continues the way it was. The only bigger change that came was when one EOU unit is supplying to another EOU unit. Now, this scenario, which was covered in the earlier regime also, they in here they have specified that the uh, supplying EOU unit, whatever it supplies, will be treated as a you know imported goods itself by the second unit. Now, you all might be aware that when GST got introduced, there was an entire change in the way EOUs operated. Okay, in vis-a-vis what was there in excise. So when earlier in excise, EOUs, whenever they used to sell domestically, they will pay 50% of the excise duty. It was kind of a protocol. But when it became GST, they've completely changed the way EOUs work as far as domestic sale is concerned. So when you import, when a EOU unit imports without payment of duty, anything and everything is allowed without payment of duty. When they export, definitely that is fine because that was the intent. But when they sell domestically, GST, post GST, the methodology goes that every EOU will have to actually identify how much is the import content which has gone into my domestic clearance, how much is the import duty benefit that I have taken for the manufacturing of this particular unit, which is now getting sold in India itself. The intent was to sell it outside India. The benefit was given with an intention that you will export. But now that the EOU unit is selling domestically, they will have to pay GST. They will have to pay the duty benefit that was taken at the time of import, which is gone into the domestic clearance product. This calculation, people do it on a regular basis, and EOUs are making payment of the duty benefit, which is gone into the export product, sorry, the domestic product. The change that is brought over here is that when a supply unit, so let's say there is a chain, there are intermediate product. There is a EOU unit 1 which is manufacturing A. There's EOU unit 2 which is manufacturing B. Now, for manufacturing A, EOU unit imported some raw material without payment of duty. Now, when they supply to another EOU, the earlier provision used to say that they had to declare that for manufacturing how much is the duty benefit that unit 1 has taken. They had to declare it to unit 2, and then unit 2 will eventually pay the duty if they clear domestically. Now they are saying that we are not bothered that how much duty component has gone in for A. Okay. We will consider A itself as imported. Had this been imported into India, what was the duty benefit that maybe unit 2 has to pay? Now this will add on to the duty outflow, payment outflow for the receiving unit. Maybe this needs to be further analyzed and maybe even represented that this will discourage, maybe trade between two EOUs, and rather this is unnecessarily adding on to the cost uh, of the product which is getting cleared in India. So that's something which needs to be seen closely. Earlier, for the EOU unit, there was IC was to be issued by Development Commissioner of SEZ generally, and SEZs and EOUs. Now that work has moved back to DGFT like any other importer and exporter. Um, and so the wind and solar power plants have been kept out of EOU scheme. Then another important change which has come up is that a lot of times the existing DTA unit used to consider converting into EOU. And that point in time, what they will do, that they used to have open EPCG. So I have my plant, and in my plant, I always knew that I will have maybe exports. So I took EPCG license. I've been using it for a couple of years now, but now I've realized that, I want to move to EOU scheme that looks to be more lucrative. In that case, what people used to do that this EPCG, open EPCG, because my capital goods are now without payment of duty, and I'm entering into a EOU. They will convert when they're converting into EOU. That kind of the duty benefit would continue as is as a EOU, but now they've said that no, this as is will not continue. You as a DTI unit either fulfill your export obligation under that EPCG or pay the duty, and then only become a UU. This will unnecessarily, discourage people moving to EOU scheme, and also to say that unnecessary duty outflow might come up for these capital goods when eventually even EOU is going to use it for exports. But that's how the scheme has come up. That's on chapter 6. Chapter 7 is a deemed export benefit chapter, which talks about all the incentives which are available when your output is not really a physical export but a deemed export. That means I'm supplying to SEZ who will further export. I'm supplying to EOU who will further export. I'm supplying to advanced authorization or EPCG holder because they are also exporters. So kind of it's not really a physical export, but it is deemed to be an export. Now only fuel which was supplied to petroleum projects, okay, they were also covered under deemed export, that they've taken out. That's the only change. Otherwise, this scheme continues as is, as it was available before. Then chapter 8 is something which is newly added. They've created a quality complaints and trade dispute portal. This is again to address quality complaints across even foreign buyers, okay, or even complaints of importers. So since we are talking about two different countries, the jurisdiction differ, and the trade is between two different country buyers and sellers. There will be some quality complaints, some issues, and there has to be a common forum where these complaints can be addressed, these disputes can be flagged off. It is not a dispute resolution in itself. There's a separate adjudication that you will have to do, but at least you should be able to flag off your complaints. And being trade ministry, they wanted to offer this platform to foreign buyers as well as to Indian importers also against foreign suppliers, which can be then taken up to those countries. So this is a common digital platform which is being created. Then promoting cross-border trade in digital economy. So this is a newly added chapter. Okay, so the e-commerce uh, platform has been newly, e-commerce chapter is newly added. So as I said earlier, e-commerce has become, one of the critical emerging channels of export. So, all these e-commerce platforms and B2C customers across globe, our goods are getting shipped from India, and a very small, you know, uh, traders, maybe even handicrafts. So all these people who are putting up their products on e-commerce platform, they are getting a very larger, wider market. Okay, so and that has a huge potential also of export for India. So government has increased the export through courier. A lot of these products that you buy are being shipped through courier. So they have increased the value, courier value from 5 lakh to 10 lakh, giving a much wider scope for e-commerce operators to use courier facility for supplying overseas. The thought is that these will be such exports which are happening through e-commerce will also be eligible for FTP benefits or other export linked incentives. Again, a welcome change. Then what is also important that we read the definition of e-commerce over here, that they have added two specific clauses: e-commerce for export of goods and export of even services, okay, where there is a, and they're saying that there's a common platform which is available on internet where a person can sell, supply goods or even for services, and the payment is happening through our approved RBI channels. Now, this is a very wider concept of e-commerce. We can even consider to say that lot of we can go now beyond B2C and look at even the e-platform channels which are available for even B2B players. And if they are using and putting this up through some of the e-commerce platform, and within, or definitely, I mean, if they're using courier, then it will definitely be within this range. But what are the incentives that they can get? Or some of these smaller startups who are putting up their online shops, okay, we can even advise them that what are the benefits that they can claim, what are the incentives that government is offering. And there are a lot of even other initiatives that the government is picking up for such smaller exporters who are maybe putting up their products for export for the first time through these e-commerce platforms. So this is another chapter. The last chapter that got added was comment. Now, SCOMET as a concept is not new. SCOMET list has always been there. So just to give you background, what is COMET means, these are generally the products which are, um, they are dual use products which are being used in the regular course of business, but these can also have a potential of use for defense and other security purposes. So in that case, government wants to ensure that the import and export of these products is through right channel, it is regulated, uh, so that the security, our defense and security of the country is never being challenged. At the same time, the importers who genuinely need this for the purpose of their businesses, especially something like chemicals, okay, organisms, chemicals, some of the equipments, special chemicals, these are needed for the routine manufacturing also. So maybe a pharma or other, maybe even petchem business may need some of these special chemicals. Okay, and that's why they are importing, but then they are dual use. This can also harm, may cause harm to on the other side in terms of security. So government wants to regularize this. This comment list was earlier issued separately. Now they've added it as a part of the policy itself. This is just to focus and and simplify the policies which are with respect to export of SCOMET or import of SCOMET products, and also to emphasize the importance of this list. They've added it in the chapter itself. So that's about it. I think we're almost covering. There are like 15-20 minutes left, which in which we can take up some of the questions that you may have, and just keeping a kind of a snapshot of what this policy brings in. There is always a lot of discussion which is going on, that what it has brought, okay, and what could have brought, what the industry was expecting out of the new foreign trade policy, and whether the expectations have been met. That is something which we'll have to wait and see over a period of time. Definitely, I would say that some of the um, some of the clarity or the apprehensions in the mind of trade and industry, that this scheme, these schemes may go away. Okay, that apprehension is something which is now settled, and people are to that extent uh, happy. Trade is happy that they are continuing, but maybe industry was expecting some more rationalization in terms of some facilitation and scheme implementation side. Like amnesty came in, but it came up with a lot of riders of not having credit. Rather, it should have been something that if they would have brought to say that you will give you amnesty, you pay interest to BCD, but we'll still give you refund, or we'll at least give you input tax credit under GST. If some such scheme would have come up, it would have helped a lot of trade and industry who's already grappling with COVID effect in terms of their business and exports. So fairly, if as a verdict, people are still trying to understand the impact of and the expectation metrics out of this foreign trade policy. But largely, at least with MEIS going out, uh, whether uh, even these schemes will go out, that is settled to now. Another trade sector which completely felt neglected was service sector. They say our service sector exports are as big as oil sectors into some of these Gulf countries. So why not to give them something out of it is a matter of question. We hope that in some time maybe even service exporters will also get this benefit, even to the extent of e-commerce platforms. Also, there are a lot of services are offered on these e-commerce platforms, so they should also be treated at par with the goods exporter. So that's again a kind of a overview. Any happy to take any questions that you may have. It is pretty difficult to be online on such sessions, frankly, where I'm not even able to see all throughout any of your faces and understand the pulse of the session. But hope it has been at least good knowledge sharing.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. It was very insightful session. I have a question. So basically, when entity which is based out of India and they deal into electric instruments, so they want to run a pilot in a place in India, in the mini grid space. So they want to give
Any
some instruments. Yeah, they want to give some instruments as a testing without any consideration. So is it allowed? And if it is allowed, then till what value it is allowed?
it is allowed,
Hello.
yeah, sorry, did I answer your question rightly or did
No,
I
but
miss?
then the screen freeze, so you are not audible
Acha,
at
oh,
all.
sorry. Okay. So there in chapter 2, they have allowed, there is a provision you can allow import without payment of duty. You can refer to those restrictions also and the provisions around it.
Ma'am, my question is that how in FPT the exporters are allowed to build in INR. So
Hmm.
now, is there any specific instructions to be made to the client or a customer that they have to send the money while remitting the funds from outside India to India? And the second question, whether do we have to inform to RBI anything about it that we are receiving the payment in INR?
Right. So there is a RBI guideline also specifically which is issued for this. Okay, you can refer to that also if you want to share it with your overseas customers also. You can share that, and that Vostro account is again a critical part about it, where you will have to receive that. So maybe you will have to inform for maybe your overseas vendor. It may not be really a difficult task or separate task. Uh, that it's only the remittance into that sort of a Vostro account that the exporter has created where this money should come in. And there's a specific RBI guideline which has come up around it. Maybe you can find it out and share it with your overseas customers
Okay,
beforehand.
any reference number is there, RBI guidelines number, so that I can.
Maybe I'll share it separately. I don't have it
Okay,
handy, but you can find it out. It's there.
yeah,
I think that came up somewhere last year itself.
okay, fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Anyone have any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Ruchi ma'am, for your that you have given the time and knowledge you have shared with all of us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. As I said, it's a bit difficult that being online over there and you all being physically. When everyone is virtually, it seems much more simpler. But few people being together and somebody joining online becomes a bit challenge. But happy to get connected, and we can connect separately if there are any more questions as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We have
bye.
thank you, ma'am. We have a 5 minutes of break. And then we continue with the next session.
GT gang already started account.
GT gang.
Our
But I don't have a practice license there. No?
all big four they don't have. They don't have. They have with
can't have a
ऐसा पति बॉय ये
third license for the code.
नहीं करता है ना सब कुछ करते हैं तो बिल्कुल करता है जब आपको अगर कॉस्ट कम चाहिए तो टाइप चाहिए तो
अगर बिग फोर के पास ये सब
नाम आता है ब्रांड का मतलब वीडियो हो जाता है
प्रोडक्टिविटी करते हैं
प्रोडक्टिविटी आई थिंक ऑडिट नहीं करता वो कंसल्टिंग करता है वाला कंसल्टिंग
अगर आप वॉकर संदीप के लिए गाने सुनते हो तो गाने
स्टार्ट कर दिया
वॉकर संदीप दिल्ली के फॉर्मूले में जैसे केपीएम जी का होता है जब
ये सारा आएगा ऐसा वाटली को एक्चुअली मैं बिजली से इतना कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाया एक्चुअली नहीं और मुझे भी ऐसा लगा कि मैंने केम
आपको इधर नाम हम सुनाया था ये सब लिबर्टी ले सकते हैं हमारे जैसे लोग कौन चाहते हैं क्या एक्सेप्शन लेने
और एक्चुअली हम लोग फर्स्ट टाइम कर रहे हैं इट्स बेटर टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ इट इज हम लोग एक्चुअली अल्पिन काबरा इज पंकज वो नेफ्यू
अच्छा तो हम
एक्चुअली आते रहेंगे
कुछ भी सुना करेंगे तो बोल के करा से कर देते थे
हमारे
ऐसा देखो इतना सोचने का कैसे जितने भी उतने हो जाएंगे इंस्टीट्यूट को प्रोग्राम करने के लिए टॉपिक चाहिए एंड आप लोग का बहुत ही इंग्लिश I think overall if you start making people aware of the subject, eventually the crowd will improve.
So all these people they attended FTP. So can we assume that everybody belongs to companies who have export and import?
practicing chartered accountant will be guiding there.
20% would be from some companies also.
Okay.
Industry के लिए 20% crowd को तो ऐसा बोलना difficult है.
CPR जैसा है मतलब मैनेज करते हैं क्या CPR करना ही है.
I have to complete 20 every year, irrespective of whatever I do.
और एकदम मैं तो करना ही नहीं
बट जिसको COP है उसको COP मेंटेन करना COP मेंटेन नहीं होता है बट दूसरे जैसे बैंक ऑडिट वगैरह में इशू आ जाता है
अच्छा वो परमिट
COP ट्रैक करते हैं हाँ penalty अगर if you want to do a bank audit or any empanelment then they also see a structured CP नहीं है compensate करने का double structure करना पड़ेगा
अच्छा तो कभी तो अगर होता ही है दिन
COP नहीं होता तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता ना
नहीं देख लिया मैंने इधर से उधर मैं अंकित ही दे रहा है ज़्यादा मैं तो पीछे से देख साइड देखकर इसको अंकित ही नहीं है ये इनका मार्केट क्या है इनका मार्केट क्या है अपना इंटरेस्ट करने के लिए last 10 years. Pratik Gadhia.
Sorry, man, I'm not getting the card.
No, well, next.
Yeah, there used to be.
हाँ.
Some people have everybody.
Yeah. We are more into currency and commodity risk management. So, मेरी बोली any company हो अगर risk, how to manage it through derivatives. That is something.
Management of derivatives होते हैं.
हाँ नहीं management नहीं मैं गुजराती GADI.
हाँ एक करें. So there is a little.
गुजरात है मोवा.
बट आपने हाथ रेस करा बोला 99% आपका क्वेश्चन हो गया मतलब जीएसटी बैकग्राउंड है तो आपका क्वेश्चन हो गया आप बोल दोगे
I will ask CA Ketan Sayya sir, who is the treasurer of WIRC.
Thank you, Trupti madam. I think first of all, about the topic, of course, like you all, I am also zero in this subject, but yes, we keep thinking and listening, and while we do some or other assignment, we always wonder that what's happening in this space of foreign exchange. And wherever either the client is importer or exporter, and a lot of time they have the open liabilities to pay, either they have ECBs, and the kind of compliance which needs to be done at RBI, or the calculations for the customers, that whether it is going to be beneficial or not, and then they end up at the forex risk cover exposure, and the cost of covering up or entering into the forward contract, or trying and doing this mitigation of forex risk. Of course, there have been a lot of up and down in some of the time when there are international events happening, or some war is happening, or something else is happening, and the up and downs are huge. And that time, this is very, very important. Otherwise, the clients have incurred huge losses. Same way, if you are able to mitigate the risk, you are able to make a handsome money. I again don't know the use of technology over here, but yes, as we all know, in stock market, the virtually technology is today driving, be it algorithm or be it other software, which are trying and giving you data, and then you take your decision. I'm sure something here also must be there already in this space also. With this, coming to the initiative at WIRC, I'm the treasurer of WIRC in current year. Last year I was Vikasa chairman, and we are trying and doing a lot of activity for the members with the feedbacks of members. So these are the programs which are happening, are of course off-bit topic, but based on the members' requirement, members' feedback, we are trying and hosting. Today we are having 4 programs. In the auditorium, we have something called Opportunity in US. One program is on PMLA. One program is on interplay between GST and RERA. So according to me, all these 4 programs which we have hosted today are based on the need of the members and their requests and feedbacks. We have tried and hosted these programs. We recently rolled out something called My Role at WIRC. All of you must have received that email. If not, you can be in touch with me or any of the RCM. We'll try and resend you that. So therein you have to fill up a Google form. Now, wherever we are today, we are whatever we owe to ICI, we must try and contribute something to the institute. The idea behind this is that you can be a speaker, you can be a writer, you can be a coordinator. We have, rolled out this last month, and we have got as many as more than 500 feedback, and we are trying and, adding up in those people in our database who have volunteered, and we are trying and making them, speaker, provided they are subject experts or a person doing research in those areas. We are trying and targeting some 6 to 7 publications, which are purely research-based publication. We earmark some funds at WIRC for carrying out a research, which will be incurring in publication if at all we publish those hard copies, or we may put a soft copy on website, which will be at free of cost available to all the members. And the subject which we shortlisted, one of them is this forex, also something relating to FEMA, something relating to international tax, something relating to GST. But of course, all these are having, wherever there are some issues and wherever there are some litigation going on, opinions or new areas of practice which are opening up for the members, something like sustainability, opportunities in sustainability. So we listed out some 15-20 areas, and if there are any other new area which you can think of and you can, come and contribute, we'll be more than happy. You can come as a coordinator, speaker, a person doing research, a writer. So a lot of other publications are also in pipeline. So my request to everybody is that, whatever time you have, you're able to spare for ICI, for WRC, please do come forward. We are hosting a very big event in the June, which is on startup. So today again, especially for youngster, it's a time to think through that. What do I do? Kind of, knowledge we have, brain we have. I'm sure all of you agree we are expert in one or other areas. But are we able to encash, generate a value for ourselves, for the entire ecosystem? Many a time we are not able to think through about what opportunities are there. There are people who are not even CA and they have created portals and earning crores of rupees. The valuation of those portals are into hundreds and thousands of crores. So today, if you are thinking of forex or we are thinking of any other area, think about technology. Find out some partners in technology. Maybe you can create some startup. You can create some portals, some your mobile app. There are companies which are just running based on mobile app, and their valuations based on their subscriber are hundreds and thousands of crores of rupees. They are in education space. They are into taxation space. They are into outsourcing and a number of areas. So this event which we are hosting at Geo World Convention Center on 26th, 27th of June, we are inviting a lot of people. There'll be some investor, like a Shark Tank sort of a session will happen. So if you think through some ideas, you may also participate, or you may visit this function, this seminar or this conference is whatever we call it. And it's going to be one of its kind. So we have almost, had 9-10 meetings on this, and we are still trying and articulating the entire program structure, and we are trying and designing it properly. Apart from this, regularly we have been hosting programs. Please, stay attached with the social media of WIRC, be it Insta, be it Facebook, be it LinkedIn, be it Telegram channel. You will get all the updates. Apart from our website, newsletter we have redesigned completely. Now it is mobile. If you open it on mobile, you're easily able to flip through the entire newsletter, wherein we have started recently something called networking. The networking, let me tell you, the moment we started and first time when we hosted, we received more than 200-300 such email where either a person is looking out for an expert in X field, Y field, Z field, or somebody is wanting to become partner, somebody is wanting partner in some field, in some geographical areas. So please look at that section also, and there are tremendous response. I am told that already people have started interacting with each other. So for example, I have given an advertisement saying that I want partner, let's say in Bangalore or in Chennai or in Ahmedabad or in Pune in banking. Then I have already started receiving inquiries, and there are discussion happening, and I am told in last week 1 or 2 such things have materialized also. So watch out for this section of networking zone, which is newly started in newsletter, absolutely free of cost. You just send your mail based on your requirement or your expertise in an area, and if you're willing to do some, sort of networking or a partnership or a, sort of tie-up, please send an email, which will be, publishing in newsletter, which will go to, again, all the members across. And, very, very important to my mind to expand in today's time, so that, you are able to leverage upon the knowledge of the other person or expand geographically. With this, let me thank the Pratik for sparing his valuable time coming over here and, sharing his knowledge, and all the speakers for that matter for sparing that valuable time and coming over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for giving this brief about the programs which IWRC are giving us, all the profession in future. Thank you so much. Now I'm introducing the first speaker, Ankit Sharma, who has over 19 years of experience in the field of currency and commodity trading. He was a key member in the Rosy Blue Treasury team. At Almus, he is a handle for managing client transactions, advising them on various strategies for managing exposures and business development. I will ask Ketan sir to facilitate Ankit Sharma sir by the momentum. Thank you. Now I will introduce the another one, Pratik Gadhia sir, who is a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He has earlier worked with the big four consulting firm, that is EY and Deloitte, on the tax and transaction advisory fund. He has also provided expertise as a consulting CFO with a mid-sized textile manufacturing company in the past, wherein he structured the entire finance functions, including banking, treasury, and accounts, forecasting of inflows and outflows, and budgeting planning. He brings with him 13 years of cumulative experience and head the consulting and risk verticals. I will ask Ketan sir to facilitate Pratik sir.
I'll request Ashit Bhai also to join. Ashit Bhai is again one of the very, very expert on GST, and he has been, kind and always helping WRC on various front as a speaker, writer. I'll request Ashit Bhai to join for this.
We'll start the. I'll ask Pratik sir to just to do that.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ketan bhai. Thank you, Ruchi, for the nice introduction. Before I start, let me give my background and what we at Almus do, and then I'll set the context for how the next 1.5 hours will be running through. So, just to give you a brief background about Almus, the company that me and Ankit represent, we focus on currency, commodity, and interest rate risk management. So invariably, all the corporates who have a currency risk and they would like to manage it. So generally, अगर आपको forex के लिए बोलेगा तो sir market view क्या है? That's the only notion that you have about a forex guy, right? But the whole core business proposition that we have is not only the market side, but the risk management side, and how does it impact your books of accounts? So they are all the 3D views. One is the market side, one is your risk management from the business side, one is your representation in the books of accounts. So that's the whole concept that we bring across, and we outsource the entire treasury of a corporate. For a lot of large, fast-growing corporates who might not want this entire expertise in-house, they outsource it to us. So that's the expertise that we bring across. And so now how does this next 1.5 hour go? So just like you guys, even I am zero in markets. Okay, I come from the accounting side, chartered accountant. So invariably, what do we understand in the books of accounts? P&L, FX gain or loss. Either it's a gain or either it's a loss. We in the last year, dollar rupee went from 75-70. It ended at 82-20. So as an exporter, तो gain आना चाहिए. INR is depreciating, but still it is a loss. That's a reflection in the books of accounts. Why? For an importer, ideally it should be a loss, but there are a lot of things, reports saying again. So that's one side of a. But why does it happen? Let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the forex markets, what are the factors impacting the forex markets, and in the end, then let's connect it to the books of accounts. For the next 1 hour, we'll have Ankit Sharma, who is a veteran in the markets. He has more than 19 years of experience. He's been a forex dealer himself, and he's a market guy. He's a go-to guy, and all his clients wait to hear him out at the end of the week. Ankit ji, what is the view like? What is it going to be like? What are the factors impacting? And the good part about him is he simplifies all these complex things into simple things so that we can connect. So I'll have Ankit for you, and then we'll connect it to books of accounts, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pratik, for a wonderful introduction. Whether I deserve it or not, I don't know. So I must say that it's my first time to speak in front of such experienced professional guys. I have had experience of talking to students, taking molding them in a certain way. So I can see people with anywhere between 5 to maybe 35 years of experience here. So I'm humbled that I'm here. So what I'll try to do is that I'll try and simplify what a forex trader would think, how we should look at forex markets, what are the factors that may be impacting, some of the very basic things about forex markets. So and let's begin right away. So forex market के दो components हैं. One, the forex market itself, and secondly, the exchange rate. So forex market is basically nothing but buying and selling of a currency between a country A vis-a-vis to country B. So when all the countries, they are buying and selling their particular currency with another currency, that is the forex market basically. And exchange rate is the ratio between these two currencies. Very simple. There's nothing complicated about it. Now we know that exchange rate moves. Like Pratik said, 72 ka 82 ho gaya. Euro became from 1.96 3 months back to 1.10 now, which is almost a 14% move in a matter of 3 months. GDP, लोगों ने सुना होगा, during the time of crisis, it came down to almost as low as parity. Now it is back at 25% higher at 1.25. So there are various factors which makes a currency move. You can see it on the boards: recession, a current account deficit, inflation, terms of trade, political stability hai ki nahi hai, forex reserves kitne hai kisi country ke paas. There are various factors which are impacting, and these are not exhaustive reasons. There can be maybe 100 other reasons because a currency would move. Now, I am not an economist, और मैं CA भी नहीं हूँ. So, so it's a difficult task for a forex trader to assimilate कि इन सब का impact एक currency में कितना होना चाहिए. It's a very, very difficult task. So I try to put it in very simple terms. Finally, I look at how much is the supply of that currency to a particular country and what is the demand. So, and this is applicable to all the assets on the globe. So equities में, commodities में, अगर किसी भी commodity का price impact हो रहा है तो वो उसके demand और supply की वजह से हो रहा है. So let's say for example, Switzerland is running a negative interest rate of 0.75% for almost 4 years now, 4-5 years now. Negative interest rate. So अगर आप if you take a home loan, तो वहाँ पे बैंक आपको ब्याज पे करेगी जब आप EMI पे करोगे तो. So जैसे हम लोग EMI यहाँ पे ब्याज EMI में ऐड होता है, so वहाँ पे आपका EMI कट के आपको पे करना होता है. So now if they are running a negative interest rates, तो उनका करेंसी तो बहुत ज्यादा डिप्रिशिएट हो जाना चाहिए था, but it is the other way around. Swiss franc is one of the most demanded currency on the planet for various reasons. Now उसमें safe haven point आ सकता है, या फिर उसमें उनके forex reserves आ सकते हैं. Now the Swiss franc, Switzerland is running a GDP of $800 billion annualized, and the reserves also are at $800 billion, which is the highest ratio in the world. Now, we are a 3.2 trillion economy, give or take maybe a half a trillion here and there. Assuming that if our reserves also reach $3.2 billion, what would happen to our currency? So it is not just one factor, or there are not just a multiple set of factors which can lead us to think in a way that it will take a particular direction. So what I look at is what is the demand and supply of that currency. अगर आज इक्विटीज में बहुत ज्यादा डिमांड आने लग जाएगी तो इक्विटी प्राइसेस विल गो अप. आज गोल्ड में अगर डिमांड ज्यादा आने चालू हो जाएगी फॉर व्हाटएवर रीजन, द प्राइसेस विल गो अप एंड वाइस वर्सा. So now, forex market में or any other market, we look at what is the demand and supply scenario of that particular currency. Now, I'll give you a small example of this. So Russia or Ukraine, everybody knows Russia ने अटैक किया, यूएस ने सैंक्शन किया. तो यूएस सब लोगों को लगा कि रशिया का मतलब now they have gone for a toss, their economy will go for a toss, उनके business नहीं होगा, and they will collapse and nobody will do business and trades नहीं होंगे and blah blah blah. All those stories started coming out, and the Russian ruble depreciated 50 or 100%. So if you can see on the chart, it was hovering around 75-80 zone for ages. It was not doing anything. And suddenly there was a news that US has sanctioned, and the Russian ruble collapsed 100% within a matter of, I think, 3 weeks. It is a major move for a currency to move 100%. A country like Russia, people, obviously exporters, importers, they had a tough time that time. And then one fine day, soon after that, in fact, after 3-4 weeks of such news, Russia said that हम लोग जो भी ऑयल एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे वो अभी या फिर तो रशियन रूबल में करेंगे या गोल्ड में करेंगे. So we are not accepting dollar, euro, or any other currency for that matter. See what happened to that currency. So everything else remained the same. The economic scenario or the GDP or the employment numbers and all those things remained the same. Within a matter of maybe 5-7 weeks, the currency had a 100% depreciation and subsequently a 50% appreciation. So that's the nature of forex markets, or what a demand and supply scenario can do for any asset market, for that matter. Okay, so just want to bring to you that the size of the forex market. So now I'm sure everybody, you would be trading in equity markets. आप सीए हैं, मतलब who else? The equity, so this is the data as per the Bank of International Standards in 2022. The average volume of equities is 0.8 trillion per day. The forex market is 10 times of that. There's a size of forex markets globally. So every exporters, importers, essentially they are trading. Governments are trading within themselves. There are, in fact, basically covers. There are corporates, individuals, borrowers, long-term investors, long-term borrowers, जो ECB लेते हैं, commercial banks, exchange brokers, central banks. So there are various participants in the. So that makes the forex markets very vibrant. India में अभी तक allowed नहीं है, but the forex market is 24/5. It's a 24-hour market, forex, because it starts from New Zealand to Japan and then goes back to goes to Canada, and so it's a 24-hour market. It's a round-the-clock market. So Indian time, it starts at 3 a.m. Sunday morning, and it closes at Pankaj 11 a.m. 11 p.m. in the night on Friday.
My understanding, market starts from Australia and which is accurate 4:30 India time Monday morning rather than Sunday night, Monday morning.
Monday morning actually.
End up the next day on the Friday late night.
Around 2:30 p.m.
So they get 2 hours. That's the overall.
Yeah. So it's a 24-hour market. So if let's say somebody is sitting in New Zealand, किसी ना किसी के टाइम पे तो market hours चल ही रहे हैं. So it's a 24-hour market. So for in India, because we are a controlled market, we are open from 9 a.m. in the morning to 3:30 p.m. In the afternoon. That is the banking hours. But let's say there are NRIs, there are institutional buyers and sellers. They have a offshore market as well. आप लोगों ने सुना ही होगा. It's called the NDF market. NDF is non-deliverable forwards, which opens at 7 a.m. In the morning and goes up to 11 p.m. in the night, India time. So whenever you Google a rate at, let's say 7 p.m. in the evening, so it will give you an NDF rate. So just wanted to put this thing into perspective. Now we talked about Russian ruble. There are fundamentals for rupee as well. There are factors which are impacting the demand and supply. And I'm not talking about the economic numbers. As I said, I'm not a economist. I'm only talking about the demand and supply perspective. So there are dollar bulls and there are rupee bulls on the other hand. Now there are various reasons which are basically catering to the demand for the dollar. Demand kahan se aati hai? So there are importers community in India. So it creates a trade deficit problem for us. Just to put things into numbers, our trade deficit is currently standing at 19 billion per month. So our imports are 19 billion more than what we are exporting. So it's creating an inherent dollar demand for the dollar bulls, as in there's always a demand for the dollar by the importers. No, the rising interest rates in the US. So we saw last year, 2022, we were almost at 0% interest rates. Now we are close to 4.75. Possibly by next week, we will have another quarter basis point hike, which is creating a demand for the dollar. And FIIs are not, they're withdrawing money from India. So US quantitative tightening, we have also been hearing, like since 2008, जब से financial crisis चालू हुआ था, they have been printing money. Last year, if I remember correctly, July onwards, they have started doing quantitative tightening. They are trying to withdraw money from the market. Energy prices, economic slowdown are some of the reasons, basically encouraging traders to buy dollars. Now, there are rupee bulls. And I'm sure in this room also, we will have both sides of the market. So every time we hear India is the fastest growing economy, the money should come in, FII, FDI will start kicking in. IT exports are booming. We are now achieved the highest IT exports, which is contributing to about approximately 138 billion per annum. NRI remittances have hit all-time high. We now have touched $100 billion. I think आप लोगों ने शायद news में पढ़ा भी होगा. Then RBI is keeps on supplying dollars in the market wherever there is a crisis. So INR should either stay here or start appreciating. So there are always rupee bulls and dollar bulls. Let's see what the result has been so far. This is what the result has been since I think 2008, 2011. So since 2011 we were at what 52 or something. And since then, rupee has consistently seen depreciation. Dollar has always been bought because in this tug of war between dollar bulls and rupee bulls, डॉलर का पलड़ा भारी रहा है हमेशा और rupee has been battered. And last year, February, we were at 72. By September, because of those issues of the issues of trade deficits and interest rate hikes, rupee touched 83 by the month of September 2022. So in a matter of 8 months, rupee depreciated almost 13-14%. So this has been the long-term price action for rupee. The recent price action is this. So after touching 83, it has managed to come down a little bit. That's what the scenario has been. So as forex traders, we always look out for what are the what are the demand supply scenario currently, what are the possibility for the next 2, 3, 4 months, 6 months, where the businesses have lot of stake, because I'm a lot of corporates that we are serving, they have a business cycle of anywhere between 1 month or let's say 15 days to 90 days, or sometimes even 120 days. Mostly, some people have 6 months, 1 year business cycles as well, but mostly they have a business cycle of 90 to 120 days. So we try to assess the situation ki next 120 days mein ya 90 days mein kya hone ka expectation hai, how the demand and supply scenario is going to change for rupee, and how is it, what actions that we can take so that their FX exposure is protected. So that's basically I wanted to cover. I now invite Pratik, who basically looks exporters and importers community from a books of accounts perspective. So Pratik, I did not take 1 hour. I got over in half an hour. Thank you so much.
Ankit, I have one question.
Sure.
Are you saying that if somebody had bought dollars from a lowest level until now, he had made money because आप दिखा रहे हो चार्ट पूरा ऊपर की तरफ ही है, तो उसने पैसा बनाया है?
It's a very important point that you're covering, Pankaj. So there is an interest rate differential between US and India. There has been historical interest rate differential, which has been anywhere between 2% now to, I have seen 6% also. So there's always a forward premium attached to it. So when we attach a forward premium to it, the numbers that you are seeing, even if I have a bought dollar rupee at 52 15 years back, and currently market is at 83, I still haven't made money because there is a cost of carry attached to it. So if I do a systematic hedging from an exporter's point of view, I would still be a gainer despite the consistent depreciation that we have seen. So it's an important point, Pankaj, you highlighted.
So basically, if you can elaborate a little more when you say forward premium, when you say interest rate differential.
Yeah.
So अगर आप थोड़ा explain कर पाओ कि ऐसा क्यों होता है, ऐसा क्यों है?
So to put things simply, so there is a cost of carry. How do I put it up? So there's an opportunity cost. So let's say if US interest rates are at 1%, let's say, or 0%, Indian interest rates are at 6-7%. There's an interest rate differential. So for the opportunity cost point of view, I will have more income putting money in India rather than vis-a-vis in the US. If I put money in the safe, in bank, so I will have more money in India. So that is why so there's a cost of carry. How do I put it? Yeah, there's a cost of carry. So it's no, it's not related to inflation at all.
So basically, मैं जो डॉलर खरीदता हूँ उसकी कॉस्ट है, तो उस कॉस्ट को अगर मैं कंसीडर करूँ, तो आप ये बोलना चाह रहे हो कि उस कॉस्ट को कंसीडर करूँ तो उनको पैसा नहीं बना है.
Yes. So अगर मैं putting simply, अगर मैं यूएस में डॉलर में पैसा रखता था इन द मीन टाइम, तो मुझे यहाँ इंडिया में उतना इंटरेस्ट मिलता था जितना कि वो डिप्रिसिएशन को कवर कर लेता था.
So आपका बोलना है कि there are two banks, like put the in the Indian rupee, या तो मैं US डॉलर ले लूं या इंडियन रूपी में रखूं.
Correct.
उसका जो differential है, I think what you are
Yes,
trying to say,
yes.
that is the cost of carry.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
So दोनों में what is the differential?
Yes.
Whether that appreciates more or whether this.
So in fact, just to give you put things number in to put in perspective, the average rupee depreciation, has been 2.8% per annum. So sometimes we have seen a rupee depreciation of 12-13% like what we saw last year. And there has been rupee appreciation period and rupee consolidation periods. So अगर मैं सबका एवरेज पकड़ूं तो 2.8% का एवरेज डिप्रिसिएशन हुआ है पिछले 15-17 साल में, और जो एवरेज कॉस्ट ऑफ कैरी है ड्यूरिंग दिस पीरियड, द एवरेज डिफरेंशियल बिटवीन यूएस रेट्स एंड इंडिया रेट्स, इट हैज बीन 4%. तो मुझे इंडिया में अभी भी 1.2% एक्स्ट्रा मिला है बाय कीपिंग मनी इन इंडिया. So that's basically the difference.
Differential risk-free interest.
Yes, differential risk-free interest rates.
See, I wanted to ask a related questions to this. Suppose taking further to that, see, if somebody has purchased 5 or 10 years back, and it has appreciated, the differential, it has appreciated over a period of time. Is this taxable then?
In India and US both, it's taxable.
No,
The interest that you get.
Purchased in India. Suppose somebody has purchased forex card or what?
Sorry, I'm not getting your question.
Forex card. Somebody 5 years back has purchased $5,000.
Okay.
Okay, in India.
Okay.
Through a forex card.
Okay.
So then now the value has appreciated over a period of time.
Got it.
So is this value taxable as on yearly basis?
So you would say that it means it would be a capital gain because rupee has.
Yeah.
I think Pratik will be able to answer this.
So maybe now. So yes, it will be taxable, but I mean, we don't specialize in tax, so I would not be the right person to comment. We look more from the corporate side where it's a short-term trade cycle, but from a retail point of view, you mean, I'm understanding you bought $5,000, now you're selling those dollars. There's the income that you've generated.
Somebody wants to.
Yes, of course. Yeah. So that income is certainly taxable, but until what head maybe someone who would be specializing in tax would be categorized, but it's certainly taxable for sure.
Any other question that I can answer?
Trading in currencies is not allowed. You cannot make gain on currencies.
No, trading in.
It's not trading, and somebody is.
Suppose as an individual cannot trade.
No, trading in currencies is allowed now. Since 2007, there has been. You can do it on the exchange.
Actually, if you surrender, even if you surrender to the bank, you will get a gain.
Yeah.
So that will be something I think from.
That gain is taxable. It's under other sources.
It is taxable under long-term tax.
It's a marginal rate only. But if you use it, I don't think anybody.
Yeah.
No, not use. I mean.
But if you sell it, yes.
But if you surrender, definitely there will be some.
If you go and surrender your credit card, you will get
So
more
it's
amount than your
plenty
original
tax
amount that you invested.
So under what head? Other sources.
Okay.
It's not defined as an asset.
Yeah.
So anything else that I can answer as far as basics of forex is concerned?
How to do the risk management? Say for example, I have bought the dollars.
Yeah.
And of course, I have to do the risk management. Suppose if growth is get down, then what should be how do I mitigate that risk?
So there are this topic we will be covering subsequently, instruments and other things tools that we can use. So it will be covered in later stages. Anything about forex or anything? Great.
Thank you, Ankit. Understanding about market is always helpful. So Ankit mentioned about how big is the market. Forex market is very liquid. We know more about equity. Now let's just connect to what our subject is invariably. Accounting reflection in the books of accounts reflection. तो जब भी हम लोग बुक्स में देखते हैं तो एक आइटम हम लोग देखते हैं एफएक्स गेन और लॉस. Now what is that? Invoice date पे जहाँ पे मैंने बुकिंग किया है as compared to the realization rate. That's the difference. We realize it goes either in FX gain or either it goes in FX loss. That's the subject that we understand. I understand. All of us understand. either it's in the other income or it's in other expense, right? Now that's more from an accounting side. But where does the risk actually trigger? Accounts में invoice date पे आता है, but from a business or a economic point of view, does invoice is the actual stage, or just go back, just zoom out from the order? Just example, say like an importer, he's booked an import order. By the time that order materializes, it comes to India, you book an invoice, you make the payment. So effectively, there is a stage which beyond the books of account, it does identify, right? So that's the point of risk management. However, the accounting reflection is from the books of accounts, from the invoice date, but identifying the exact exposure, when does it identify in the entire value chain of business is very important. There could be a time that I identify on the order stage. There could be the rate, say 78. By the time it comes to my factory and it invoices, the rate is 81. And when I make the payment, the rate is 83. So how? But from the books of accounts, it will be reflected from 81 to 83. But 78 to 81 is a risk that the company needs to manage, right? So as you mentioned, from a risk management point of view, sir, it's always it's very imperative to understand where does the risk identify. Also, once I identify a risk and I lock the rate, let's assume I lock the rate. 78 पे मेरा order आया, मैंने lock कर दिया, and by the time books of accounts it's 81, and when I'm actually making the payment, the rate is 80. So how does it reflect? So that's what we do, and we specialize in. How will you do this? So let's understand, as you mentioned, what are the different ways to manage this risk through derivatives. So there are different derivatives. One is an OTC contract. That's a forward contract. That's a plain vanilla. Most of the corporates do follow a corporate forward contract. Second, other way to do it is an exchange futures on the exchange. That's a futures contract that you take. The third is an options. Just like equity options, you have futures, you have options in currency market as well. And there are structured options, means after beyond a certain threshold or a net worth, the corporates are allowed to get into a structured derivative or an exotic derivative, which the RBI has recently allowed. So these are the topics, these are the different derivatives with which you can lock in your rate or manage your risk, which will be covered in the second half by Shikhar more in detail. How does each of the product work? But let me just simplify two of the products. One is forwards and the futures. Now, what is a forward market? Forward is a plain, simple derivative product which you can get in with any other party. Invariably for corporates, it is the banker. Forward contract there is no fixed value to it. You can have a forward contract of $1,000 also, $910 also. But in futures, there is a fixed lot that you need to have. So one lot is $1,000. Whereas in forwards, you can deliver it at any date. I can have it on 29th of April. I can have it on the 15th of May when I want to deliver it. But for futures, it has to be the second last working day of the month. Forwards, in futures, you do it with an exchange. Forward, you do it with a counterparty, invariably a bank in this case. In futures, there is a mark to market which is calculated on a daily basis. Let's take an example. मैं importer हूँ, मुझे futures का contract लेने का है. Today the rate is 80. I lock it at say 80 half in the futures. Example, I'll come to why 80 half also. But so till the time my futures contract is outstanding, every day there will be a mark to market. 80 half से as on day क्या rate है? So the exchange will every day calculate a mark to market difference between my locked rate as compared to the current rate. So that will be done. Whereas in the futures, it does get notionally, but it's not, there is no debit credit. It's a notional mark to market, which is carried by the bank. So in futures, there is always a debit credit on a daily basis, which comes to your books of accounts, similar to equity. Futures, as I mentioned, is a fixed size contract. It has a fixed maturity. Forwards do not have. So forwards is one of the most used about product by most of the corporates. Now let's get deeper, slightly more of what Ankit mentioned. What is forwards? What is interest rate differential? So, and what Pankaj mentioned. See, what is today the US rate is at what, 4.75%? Indian 10-year GSEC is at 6.75%. There is a difference of 2% is what we are mentioning, interest free. That's the interest differential. So from a corporate point of view, if you are an exporter, आपको पैसा आ रहा है तो आपको always premium मिलेगा. I'll come again. Because you are in India, you are receiving dollars, you'll always receive a premium. Some the other way, if you are an importer, मुझे पैसा देने का, I need to buy dollars, then I need to pay a premium. So for an importer, it will be a cost. For an exporter, it will be always be a gain. Now, what is this? It is nothing but an interest differential. Now, this keeps, as Ankit mentioned, he has seen interest differential as high as 6%, as low as 2%, which is currently. जैसे जैसे US interest rates बढ़ाता है, and we go at a staggered way, this interest differential is shrinking. So maybe a year back we were at 4%. So when US was at 0.5% or 1%, and we were at 5.5%, the differential was 4%. Now it has gone down to 2%. So look at it from a corporate point of view. One of your client who has an export and he wants to hedge it through a forward. Today the rate is 81.80, which was a Friday closing. अगर मैं 6 महीने के बाद का फॉरवर्ड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मेरे बैंक के पास जाता हूँ, बुक कराता हूँ, तो I'll get 80, that is 1 rupee. 1 rupee is annualized is 2%. 1 rupee on 81.80, if you annualize it, is a 2%. So for an exporter, it will always be a premium, it will be an income. For an importer, it will be a gain. Now let's connect it with your books of accounts. मैंने invoice date पे hedging कर दिया. Let's take an example. 1st April I have an invoice, say $100,000 का invoice है, मैंने books of accounts पे 81 पे book किया हुआ है. I go to the bank, I hedge it. I receive 1 rupee forward premium, means I get a rate of 82, which is on September end. I will always have a FX gain in my books of accounts. The similar thing if you do it from an importer side. If I have an invoice in 1st of October at 81, I lock it with the bank with a forward rate for March at 82. That will I always have a loss. That's a FX loss. But ideally, it's nothing but your interest cost. So that's one thing that we need to understand. That's nothing but an interest cost. And that's something that I wanted to everyone to get. जब भी फॉरेक्स गाइस बोलता है कि कॉस्ट ऑफ हेजिंग, जैसे केतन भाई ने भी बोला, मेरा कॉस्ट क्या है, इंपोर्टर को कॉस्ट लगेगा, एक्सपोर्टर के लिए वो इनकम है. So that's something that we all need to. So initially when I also entered into the market, even I had that notion, अरे तो कॉस्ट है यार. But then maybe when I also studied or maybe went deeper, so then I always thought that at least for my counterparts, if most of you all might be knowing, but someone who doesn't know, exporter के लिए always income रहेगा. So let's take an example. Let's take a case study. एक एक्सपोर्टर है जिसका 400 करोड़ का एनुअल एक्सपोर्ट वॉल्यूम है, एंड ही हैज अ 3-month साइकिल, AR, ऑर्डर टू रिसीव, इनवॉइस टू रिसीव साइकिल. सो एट एनी गिवन पॉइंट इन टाइम उसका डेटर्स 100 करोड़ रहेगा at any given point in time. Let's assume that he's always hedged from the invoice date. Always hedged on the invoice date. How will it reflect in the books of accounts? Yes.
For the next 3 months, it will be a net interest differential which he will.
Perfect. So you got it. So I'm happy that at least I connected that you got it. So you have to see if. So from an exporter point of view, अगर 100 crore का मेरा debtors है and I'm always hedging from the invoice date at 2%. So that is for 2% annualized अगर आप करोगे तो at any given point in time 2 crore would be your FX gain or loss in your books of accounts. Similar for an importer, you will always see an FX loss. So, but that is if I am hedging from the invoice date. Currently, I am mentioning or taking a cue that I am hedging from the invoice date only. But from a risk management point of view, the risk is never on the invoice date. It's invariably also from a date before that. Also, one thing that while we study a lot of clients' entire operations, we realize that it's not, can the client pass on the risk to the buyer? So, if I am having a order and I am hedging from that part, can the FX gain or loss can be passed on to my end customer? Means क्या मेरा exchange rate का impact can it be reflected in my sales price? So if my sales price is also very dynamic, और अगर exchange ऊपर या नीचे हो जाता है तो क्या मेरा sales price can I increase it or decrease it? That also needs to be seen. So if my business is being able to pass on that forex risk, is it so dynamic? Then I don't need a derivative to manage it. My business is being able to take care of this risk directly. So that is something that from a risk management point of view, we always do a back testing of the hypothesis. Kya aapka sales price is so dynamic that with the exchange fluctuation you can pass on that, then you don't need a derivative. You need a derivative only to the extent when you have locked in your order price and your costing is locked. So to that, only to that extent. So this I'm talking more from an accounting point of view. So generally, when we are evaluating a lot of clients, so there are a lot of direct risk. What is a direct risk? Any import, export, any long-term foreign currency exposure, they are all the direct risks that we always have. But when you analyze a forex risk for any company, you also need to see a lot of indirect risk. They are a lot beyond the direct risk, which is seen in the books of accounts. Now you might be mentioning what is an indirect risk. Say like a client who has aluminum, copper, gold, they have an exchange rate parity. They do have like an oil, it does have an exchange rate parity. So all these things, while we understand the risk management, we need to go deeper into see, is there an indirect exposure to the company? Direct exposure are always reflected in your costing, but there are indirect exposure. For a client of ours who was into a packing industry, they had aluminum exposure. Aluminum price has an international parity with an exchange rate risk. Copper or gold, they are all internationally traded, so they will have an indirect. So what is the percentage, what is the correlation, what is the beta that is impacting? So that is also something that the corporates are getting into, not only the direct risk but also the indirect risk. So invariably a lot of growing corporates go back in the past, see 5 years data, how has it impacted my costing, or can I take a certain percentage of indirect exposure in my while managing my risk. So let's take one more case study. Say it's a steel importer who has an LC of $1 million and the credit period is 6 months. Today dollar rupee is 81, 6 months premium is 1 rupee. They'll ask us, please advise on the hedging strategy. So what will you do? The risk is identified. I know this is the costing. I'll go and advise. Depend upon the market. What is the risk appetite? Add a variable to it. My local price is also linked with the exchange rate. The example that I mentioned, that he's importing steel and I'm selling it in the local market, but this local market price also has an impact because जब भी locally जो लोग buy करते हैं, they also see what is the international steel rate, how it is impacting. So will your hedging strategy or will your hedging advice change? Yes, of course. It is not as direct कि मुझे LC दिया कि मुझे hedge करना ही है. Is your local price also linked with the international markets? That is something that we need to identify it while we are having a hedging strategy. Let's take another example. Textile export, and this is a very live example. During COVID time, a textile exporter who has a $1 million of exports. Now at 81, हमने बोला it's a good time. Why don't you hedge it? 82. After 3 months, dollar rupee. This is just an example. It goes from 81 to 88, and the customer reverts back. Your currency has depreciated. Now revise the costing. मैंने तो lock कर दिया. I thought my costing is done. Then how do you advise? So while I mentioned that while we manage the risk, there are different ways. So instead, in this case, instead of doing a forward, I would have done an option. So what is an option and something that will, so there are different ways to manage this risk, not only from a market point of view, one from a business side and also on the accounting reflection side. So while you are advising a client, there has to be an entire 3D approach that we need to follow and have that before we advise to the client. So because there are a lot of variables which come into it. So how do you do it? So invariably you'll ask me, Pratik, ये तो तूने बोल दिया, theory है. How do you actually do it? So what invariably when we understand the entire operations of the company, understand the entire last 2 or 3 years data in terms of how your business has moved, where does the risk identify, what should be your hedging ratio, and what is your risk appetite of the company. For a company which has a wafer thin margin, I would never advise to have a lesser hedge ratio. If the company has a higher margin, then it's always advised to have a lesser hedge ratio and be more dynamic in the market or take market opportunities. So what we do is understand the entire company's operations, sit with the management, frame a currency risk management policy. So what we do is understand what are the current observations, are they managing the way they have to be managed, or find some gaps where we can recommend, put it into a policy framework. That policy is approved by the management, because one is the finance team, one is the business side, or the owners. They understand the risk. They know how the risk. Whereas from the books of account point of view, it's completely different how it is reflected. But am I managing the economic risk? So that is how the policy is framed, more from the economic risk point of view. And based on that, then there is a strong SOP, standard operating procedure, that everyone needs to follow. Someone who's sitting on the front desk, who's managing the, who's going to be doing the execution, someone at the back end who's going to be making the report, someone at the risk management who's going to be ensuring, has the policy been followed, is the hedge ratio being maintained, and also how will you measure the treasury's performance? All of it all said and done, मैंने जो बोल दिया, but how will you measure it? So that has to be a defined framework, something that we specialize. That how will you define how the management gets it? But at the end of the day, management will sit with you once you are making a fundamental strategy, and towards the end, what is the objective performance? Because the numbers speak the truth. So that's where the entire framework of a treasury is what, be it currency, commodity, or interest rate. That's the standard thought process that we at Almus follow, and that's what we try to bring out here and just connect to the books of account that we are seeing. So this is something limited that we wanted to share today. And in case if I've missed anything that anyone has not got and I would like to repeat, I'm happy to do that here.
Yeah, I have a question. So cost of hedging, we mentioned that it is the interest rate differential which is there. But is it only that, or there are other elements in it as well?
So your good name, sir?
Saurabh.
Saurabh. One, that is a cost of hedging, which we mentioned. When you are doing a transaction, when you're on the desk, there is only one cost that is to you is the bank margin. Say like today the rate is 81.80. That is the IBR, that is the interbank rate. So when I pick up the call the banker has to give me 81.80 only, plus the margin which you have fixed with the banker before the start, when you are having a sanction limit, 2 paise, 3 paise, depending, or quarter paise. Like Reliance does not pay any margin right now. Bhat Industries does not pay any, because the volumes are huge. Depending, so that is a fixed margin that the banker has to charge you. Except for that, there is no other cost to it. And yes, there are some costs in terms of this market is a spot market. Now, what is the spot market? T+2. मुझे वेडनेसडे को पैसा आया जो मैं बैंक के पास से कन्वर्ट करा रहा हूँ, they will be credited to my bank on Friday. The spot market is T+2. Now you say कि मुझे आज ही पैसा चाहिए. So then there is a cash spot. Cash spot is a two, depends. That depends. Again, it's a cost only. It's an interest differential. So that also is that needs to be reduced. So that's a cost. So how do you know that? While most of the corporates who are big corporates, they also have Reuters, Bloomberg, like a market. But someone who's might not need or have a corporate. So you need to have a portal, or you need to have a specialist who has a portal while we talk to the bank. So at least the bank. So currently this entire market is an OTC market, over the counter. It's nothing like an equity market where it's a desk and you or me get the same rate. So there is one ambiguity that you need an expert who will ensure that one, you get a transparent rate. During the day also there is a 50-60 paise volatility. Imagine a 10% movement on a $1 million will cost you 1 lakh rupees. And you might even not know that. So that's where you need an expert. And the CFO or the someone who's the owner who has 10 things on his mind. He's not tracking the market. So that's the leakage, that one is an execution and one is the strategy that you have. So both the things have to go hand in hand. And the corporates are realizing that this is not something that they want to make money out of. At the same time, manage risk, but at the same time, do a hygiene operation also. Not these are. So just to answer to your question, the cost is the bank margin that you have, and the cash spot if you are delivering it on that same day. Otherwise, there is no cost.
So Pratik, आपने बोला hedging तो futures में भी कर सकते हैं, exchange पे कर सकते हैं, तो मुझे margin extra क्यों देना पड़ेगा
बैंक में?
आप बोले जब कि बैंक को extra margin देना पड़ेगा, line sanction चाहिए,
correct.
मैं transaction तो exchange पे कर सकता हूँ, exchange पे तो सब कुछ.
हाँ, so very good point and thanks for highlighting that, Pankaj. See, exchange पे क्या होता है सर? Exchange पे you cannot deliver. जैसे मुझे $1 lakh आने वाले हैं, it will come to my bank only. It cannot go in the exchange. So while I do not have a line in the bank, suppose I don't have a forex line with the bank, I don't have a hedging operation, I'll go, but still I want to manage that risk. So I'll go to the exchange. So what happens? My money comes. Let's take an example. 81 आज मेरा rate है. 6 months के बाद मुझे पैसा आने वाला है. I'm an exporter. I want to hedge it at 82. मुझे तो I'm happy with 82. So I go to the exchange. टेल माय ब्रोकर 82 पे लॉक कर दो आप। जैसे हालांकि 6 मंथ्स का मार्केट लिक्विड नहीं है एक्सचेंज पे सिर्फ 3 मंथ्स का है, बट लेट्स टेक एन हाइपोथेटिकल एग्जांपल। At the end of 6 months, the money comes to your bank. The rate could be 80 also, the rate could be 85 also. So you receive your money in the bank at say 85. Now $100,000 into 85 is 85 lakh rupees आपके बैंक में क्रेडिट हुआ। On the same day, एक्सचेंज पे आपने 82 पे लॉक किया हुआ है, the rate is 85. There will be a 3 rupees negative mark to market because you sold on the exchange. So 3 rupees का loss हो गया। So $100,000 into 3 is 3 lakh rupees will be debited from your account. So effectively your rate is 82. Offset हो जाएगा. So if you don't have, so that market is more liquid also. It's transparent. At least the rates are transparent. So someone who does not have a banking line or does not, they can hedge it on the exchange.
What is the benefit of banking line versus the market? As a trade, if as a manufacturer or service guy, I have a company. What's the benefit of one versus the second one?
See, one possibility of an exchange is open from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 p.m. in the evening. Bank is open from 9 to 3:30. Okay. If you don't have, with the bank, you can have a longer contract also, up to 6 months, 8 months, depend. While on the exchange, it depends upon the liquidity. While I don't have a banking line, exchange is always an alternate option that I have. As far as you understand how it works, and there is going to be an offset effect because वहाँ पे cash settlement होता है at the end of every month, or rather every day cash settlement होता है. So you need to fund the margin. So what happens in an exchange is अगर आपको $100,000 into 85 lakh का एक transaction करना है, तो you need to deposit a margin of 3 to 5%. So that's a cash margin you need to deposit with your with the exchange, with your broker, and then there is a cash settlement on a daily basis. Whereas in the bank, if you have a credit line, it's a non-fund based limit that the banker will give you. You don't need to fund that unless 82 का 88 हो गया तो बैंक आके आपको बोलेगा सर थोड़ा मार्जिन डिपॉजिट कर दो in case of something default goes. So that's the advantage of having a bank.
Another thing, as a practicing chartered accountant, we have to give UFC certificate. And there is lots of confusion. What is financial hedge? What is natural hedge? Probably you have covered financial hedge when you said some products. What about natural hedge? What actually is natural hedge?
So natural hedge may invariably in an unhedged foreign currency account. So let's understand why an unhedged foreign currency account first. RBI has come up with a certification given by the chartered accountant at the end of the year. While the company submits it quarterly, the CA needs to certify it at the end of the year. Okay, are you going beyond a certain threshold where your foreign currency is unhedged, and which is a risk that the banker or the RBI needs to understand. So in a natural hedge, if you have an export receivables or if you have an import payable, to that extent, it's a natural hedge. You don't need to hedge it through a derivative. At the same time, beyond that, if you have you covered it through a derivative or no? Also, you have ECB, long-term borrowing. You got to have a PCFC, which is short-term foreign currency credit limit, or a long-term foreign currency loan. Have you covered that or no? So that also, to an extent of that also is covered in the unhedged foreign currency account. But natural hedges, if you have excess of imports or imports, that gets naturally covered in a unhedged foreign currency account. That's something that in a unhedged foreign currency account. So what does the banker want to know? So there is you might have also seen at 12.47 is the LAB that. So what the banker is trying to see is, to the extent of unhedged foreign currency, what has been the peak volatility in the last 10 years? In the last 10 years, historically, if you check out the volatility, the peak has been 12.47%. So that's a 10-year rolling basis. So आपका जो unhedged रहता है, suppose के 100 करोड़ का export है, 50 करोड़ का import है, तो 50 करोड़ का जो जितना मेरा unhedged है, उसके ऊपर अगर मैं 12.5% लगा दूं, 12.47%, what is that amount divided by your EBIT? Under how much percentage are you falling under? So that's, and just wanted to highlight why 12.47, because the RBI guideline mentions the peak volatility in the last 10 years. Now, I think after a year or two, this peak volatility will come down. we have been holding that for 12. So just to highlight, in case of any other query, I can take it online or offline, being more technical. But as I recall, I'm just trying to see what are the different. So our clients do come up. Okay, how do I reflect this unhedged foreign currency? Why don't you review it before it goes to my chartered accountant for signing? And there are many queries that I have hedged my orders also. Say, आपके books में तो invoice से आएगा और आपने तो order से hedging किया है, तो आपके डेरिवेटिव्स तो है पर उसके सामने आपके पास अंडरलाइन नहीं है, बिकॉज ऑर्डर्स का तो बुक्स में आएगा नहीं, बुक्स में तो सिर्फ इनवॉइस का आएगा. सो हाउ डू यू रिफ्लेक्ट दैट? So there has been different views by a lot of big fours, by a lot of chartered accountants, how to reflect it. Whereas our experience has been they have taken it out. So extra derivatives, say I have extra derivatives from order to invoice stage, not from the invoice. They have taken it out from the unhedged foreign currency account.
So if I have the position of unhedged debt और मैं stock exchange through exchange मैंने hedging किया हुआ, so do I have to report it? Because there is no direct linkage in that unhedged export certification.
Sir, ideally yes, you will have to, because your account on the exchange will be by the company's account only. But whatever that,
there is no direct linkage.
There is, of course, there's no direct linkage. So, but at the same time, you have hedged that through a derivative. So, is that a hedge? Because exchange में जो आप करते हो, it's a derivative only that you have hedged. So that ideally has to be, because that account will also be in the name of the company only. So there has to be a direct reflection that you have hedged somewhere.
It will come in off balance sheet.
No. So, but in an unhedged foreign currency also account, though you have not hedged on the forwards through a bank, you have hedged it on the exchange. So that's a hedge effectively. It's a hedge, and that has to, it's on record. So that you will have to maybe disclose it. At least from a good practice, we need to disclose it, because unless it comes back to us, so from that corporate governance point of view, it's better to always disclose that.
By disclosing, we are reducing the vulnerability in the
UFC. Yeah, so always it's better to disclose that. So that was my.
I have a question.
Yes, Ankit.
So from a market, so last year we saw rupee going up from 72 to 82, matter of 6 months. So every month it was depreciating by almost a rupee, maybe 2 rupees. Now hedging from an order date. So let's say I have a 90-day cycle. I book an order. 1 month later, let's say at 72, market goes to 74. As an exporter, I'm getting 2 rupees profit from the exchange. I go and hedge myself. Invoice gets generated, and it is at instead of 74, it is at 75. So will that be reported as, and I'm already hedged at 74. So will there be a gain in my books, or will there be a loss in my books from a books of accounts point of view?
So from the books of account point of view, तो invoice date पे जब भी आपने जो rate पे invoice book किया,
which is at 75.
हाँ, and जो rate पे आपने realize किया, वो जो difference आएगा, that is gonna be your reflection in your books of accounts. Anything that you have done, that's more of an economic exposure that you have done, that will come at the higher sales realization.
And what about the order at 72 and booking at 74, where it gets reflected?
It will be reflected in a higher sales realization, no? So you've got at 72, you hedged it at 74, your sales realization will be higher to that extent. It will be reflected in your margins.
So my margins would go up.
Of course, yeah. So this is our limited knowledge that we could share on the foreign exchange, and we'll have Shikhar more talking in the second half on the various instruments, like he'll double click into forwards, options, futures, how, and Pankaj talking about what is long-term ECB, how do you manage that, because that's a different game altogether, how do you manage. So that's something that we specialize everyone, and happy to take anything offline if I've not been able to address that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit, Sharma, and Pratik, Gadhia. These two young brains have given us very good opportunities of understanding this particular difficult subject, and I'm sure if you have lots of questions, you will be addressing them in future when they will be available online. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. There will be a lunch break now, and then the next session will start. I think at 2. I think at 2. Thank you.
For me, particularly, I was not knowing anything about it, so at least something is wrong. So the purpose is enter into tax and move it to Indian tax. Marvelous. Because it is right moderating the session, really. Appreciate that. Yes. Because he knows the subject. He knows the subject, and from the query what he has said. Yeah. Yeah. So probably the question which we could not raise it. We want it, but he has raised it. Yeah, he did also. That's good job. So, क्या लगता है? That is off the line. Because I'm sure सब नई question हो जाएगी कि अभी क्या लगता है? आपने past का तो बता दिया इतना, बराबर है. लेकिन what about future? Yeah. But at least after break then definitely I'm sure that
So last year हम लोगों ने ना यही स्टोरी थी. हाँ ठीक है. Now the rates are going up. Now the rates are going up. थोड़ा डाला. 0 to 4.7%. Then looking at the market, 70 to 80. Now after quarter basis point, will it have an impact that will again एक ही यूज पे कितना आदमी बाय करेगा? So my sense is that maybe there is some bit of upside. People already know.
Yeah, because that indication was already there.
Already there.
People know that.
So last year prices went up because prices consistently, the interest rates consistently went up. So अपनी sense is not going to happen. और उससे related जो भी FII और जो होना था, mostly
yeah, now it has been.
So from a demand perspective, dollar demand perspective, I don't think that's there.
At least अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि डॉलर जो FIIs का जो सेलिंग था वो रुक गया है at present.
So just to give you certain numbers, 18 दिनों में हमारा आउटफ्लो हुआ लास्ट ईयर FII. ये साल जनवरी तक even -3 billion. Now we are standing at -1.5 for this calendar year. तो मतलब FII आउटफ्लो तो नहीं है. थोड़ा छोटे वाला चालू हुआ है. Net positive. So overall, from a demand supply point of view, things are getting better for me. And yesterday pound went down by 1% and rupee went down by 1% and pound overnight. I think within 2% higher. What is the higher? It's nearly 100 but almost like 2013
Mishra. Good afternoon, one and all. I hope you had a delicious lunch. And after lunch session is really difficult for all of us, we can understand. So friends, I see a Saurabh Ajmera, Secretary of WRC, once again welcome you in this session of foreign trade policy and foreign currency risk management. Friends, we at WRC are trying our best to have sector-wise seminar and series to empower all our members. And you will be surprised to know that when we are talking about the risk management tool in any area, that is very important. In startup where I am looking for, now all founders are looking for alternative investment, alternative fund plannings. So when they are doing hedging or you can say revenue financing, that is very important to have a right tool with that. So in this series, this is a very important session on risk management tool. So I welcome all of you and happy learning, wishing you a happy learning to all of you. I request Bhavna Maheshwari to introduce speaker of this session, Mr. Shikhar Garg.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. And now we are looking forward to an enlightening session by Sir Shikhar Sir. So before I move ahead to introduce Shikhar Sir, I would like to thank WIRC and Chairman Arpit Kabra for getting all these wonderful series of learning sessions which are really helping us and the entire audience to solve their doubts and their queries through these sessions. So without any delays, I'll introduce Sir. Shikhar Sir is the AVP Treasury Markets at Almis Risk Consulting LLP. He is an MBA specialized in finance from NMIMS and has a keen focus on financial markets and risk management. At Almis, he handles client FX, books, assessing risk, and advising on various strategies using derivative structures for managing exposures, FX, and commodities. His stint was in fintech startup space in the strategy and development side. We welcome you, sir, for this session, and thank you so much for coming. Before this, I request Treasurer, Secretary, sir, to present the memento to sir.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Just a small correction, Mama, you don't have to refer me as sir. I'm pretty young over here. Rather, मैं सोच रहा था आते से मैं पहले पूछूं खाना कैसा लगा सबको.
बिकॉज इतने सारे स्मार्ट लोग हैं, सब मेरे से ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस पढ़े लिखे हैं. अभी इधर आके मैं थोड़ा सा ज्ञान बांटूं, उससे अच्छा खाने की बात कर लूँ सोच रहा था. But all said and done, thank you guys. It's been a splendid morning listening to Pratik and Ankit, and as well as the FTP updates from Ruchi. But there's one bit that I'm going to speak on is the risk management tools. थोड़ा सा tricky हो जाता है dealing with derivative products, but I'll try to simplify as much as I can. And उसके बाद we'll be speaking on the India's external position. Whenever किसी को भी नींद आए, जैसे आशित साहब बोल रहे थे ज़्यादा खिलाना नहीं, नींद आ जाएगी. नींद आई तो एक बार सिर्फ हाथ उठा के बोल देना प्लीज, जगा दो. जगाने की कोशिश करूंगा. Just to begin with, risk management tools is what we are going to talk about. But why do we need risk management? Let's just face that question first. And Pratik has done a brilliant job, and Ankit has done a brilliant job in telling us why exactly risk management is required. I mean, there is risk in every sorts and every walks of our life. Just plain or simple. मैं कई बार पंकज जी के साथ लंच पे जाता हूँ. लंच के बाद वो बोलते हैं एक ग्लास में गर्म पानी के साथ नींबू ले लो. It'll be good for your stomach. Even there, we are actually hedging. We are managing the risk for our stomach. So risk management tools are basically everywhere. It's just the lens that we are trying to use to identify the risk and to identify how are we going to use our risk management tools. So, like I mentioned, our life is basically having a number of risk management decisions that we are making. Every time we are having a plan B, it's basically hedging your risk. We are coming over here. Some of them are here for the CPE points. This is also, in a way, managing the risk so that you can keep practicing as a CA over the period of years. Humans are basically obsessed with hedging their future, and it's one of the key reasons we are also sitting over here. If they wouldn't have hedged their future, probably we would have been eaten by some carnivore out there in a jungle. So hedging has been a core tenet of humans, and उसको हम finance में कैसे use करते हैं वो देखते हैं. But उसके पहले गर्म पानी with नींबू just to hedge your stomach. Talking about currency markets or financial markets, Ankit ने बताया, it's been a volatile year. We have had numerous factors affecting the markets. It can be the geopolitics, or it can be the demand supply situation, or base case macro position of your country. Jobs number हो या inflation हो, services कैसे चल रहे हैं, manufacturing कितनी है, wages क्या है. N number of factors are at play, and there has been significant volatility in the past few days. Now, you can assess these factors in various manners, but all said and done, in all these volatility and in all these ways our currency has been moving, risk management is of primary requirement. So what are the approaches generally used? One of the approach to identify where exactly risk lies, in which period does the risk lies. Before we head on to using of those tools, we'll start identifying where my risk is. So we generally recommend to plot a calendar, stating in what periods of my calendar I am having receivables in XYZ currency, I am having payables in XYZ currency, if I have any hedges in that particular currency for that particular period or not. Just a simple example over here for the month of November, if you'll see, company XYZ may have an export receivables of around 5.24 million, and they have an import payable of 0.65 million. Now, the receivables and payables does not match. So that's why there's a good significant export exposure that they have in dollars. How do they do it? How do they manage their risk? By having the export hedges or the forward option or forward products being used. Let's say they have a forward being booked for 2 million, yet they have a 2.5 million of exposure still open. So this gives them a very good clear idea how much is still left for them to hedge in that particular month. For the month of November, they still have 2 million worth of 2.5 million worth of receivables, which they haven't hedged. which they still run the risk on. And if there's any change of currency from today to November, there's going to be a lot of risk and also the impact on the profit and loss for that particular company in that particular month's receivables. So a base case recommendation is to always have a plot of where the risk lies for you, so that eventually whenever we are deciding on our products, which product to use, be it a forward contract, a future contract, or the options, or any other product for that matter, we should be able to identify the duration for which we need to hedge. The next is the risk management tools. The moment we talk about derivatives, I've had visible, understandings and people coming up to me and saying there's a lot of money with derivative products, be it profit or loss. People play with money. यही दिखता है, but it's a bit more than that. It's not just playing with money, but identifying how do we reduce as much as risk possible. But क्या hedging सिर्फ वही है to reduce the risk? I mean, वो lens जो रिस्क मैनेजमेंट का है और हेजिंग प्रोडक्ट्स का है, वो क्या है, वो देखना है. I mean, it can be used to mitigate risk, as we have been talking about, but it can also be used to fire up growth. When I say, if I have planned for my future, I've done an MBA, or you guys have done a CA, you guys are basically mitigating your risk for your future receivables of money, which can, help you sustain in your life. So it's not just hedging your risk, but it is fueling your growth in the coming days. So to identify whether you're using these particular products is for mitigation of risk or for growth is an onus on you. And that's why there are various approaches which is being used by treasury setups, which we'll be further deliberating on in the coming days, coming moments. But the basic tools that are available with respect to forex risk management and interest risk management are forwards, as Pratik and Ankit have already mentioned. Futures, we all know about. Exchange provides us with those particular products. There's options, which we'll dig a bit more deeper this time. And there's also swaps, which are also a great way to, hedge your interest rate risk, and which मेरे गुरु, मेरे mentor Pankaj ji बात करेंगे after this session. I've been learning a lot from him, and I think you guys should pick his brain a little more than we have been doing. Why do we do hedging, and what sort of exposures does these particular products require? It's the commodities or the equity shares that everyone is very well aware of, or the foreign exchange flows that we've been talking about. Other than that, if we have any sort of liabilities, any sort of borrowings in foreign currency, it's a risk which can be managed. Interest rate exposures with this particular borrowings also comes in. So all said and done, there are a lot many assets and liabilities which needs some sort of risk management, and we can have these products to manage those particular risks. सबसे basic forwards and futures contracts, there's nothing much more to say. Basically, you're fixing a price at which we'll convert our X currency to Y currency on a future date. And this is crystallized between two parties. Now, in case of forwards, it can be with the bank. In case of futures, it's with the exchange. We are basically fixing the rate of conversion for our particular exposure at a particular date in future. And its P&L is pretty basic. अगर price decide किया है, उसके ऊपर गया है, and I am going to receive those funds as an exporter, prices moving higher is not particularly good for me when I've already hedged, so I'll be making a loss. But if prices move down and I've already booked my conversion rate, it's basically a good hedge for me. So forwards and futures have already been spoken about by both of my colleagues. So I'm going to rush past that with a small detour on the forward premiums, as we were talking about, or the interest rate differentials that we were talking about. Now, the forward premium, as Ankit mentioned, and Pankaj also raised the question, is because of the interest rate differential. if we dig a bit deeper, they mention, for example, if US is having an interest rate of 1% and India is having an interest rate of 5%, there's an interest rate differential gap of 4%. Now, what do? I just borrow in USD, pay a borrowing cost of 1%, and come invest it in Indian markets, have a good return of 5%. There's a 4% arbitrage directly for me. I mean, it's easy money that I'm eating out, right? But there's no free lunch in financial markets. So this 4% is basically then taken as the forward premium or the hedging cost. Now this is the differential, interest rate differential that we talk about. And folks, any currency which is having a lower interest rate will always be at a premium. So if I have dollar rupee with a higher interest rate, and if I have USD, which US as a nation is having a lower interest rate, dollar rupee as an exporter will receive premium, and dollar rupee as an importer will always have to pay premium. If the case is reversed, where the Indian interest rates go lower and the US interest rates go higher, it's going to be a reverse case wherein the importers will be enjoying the premium and the exporters will have to pay the premium. So that's the crux. You need to identify which currency is at a premium and which currency is at a discount with their interest rates. And it's going to be a basic example of how forward premiums can be added onto your spot rates to identify what are the forward rates, which has been already dealt on. So I'll just rush past it again. I thought let's have a basic example of hedging. How does that work for a corporate? If I am a corporate on 28th April, I see I have 1 lakh worth of import payables, let's say in 6 months, and the current prices are 81.80. So in a way, we are saying I have a payables of 81 lakh 80,000. 31st October, if the prices move towards 83, even though when I was importing the products, I thought I would have to pay 81 lakh 80,000 as the cost in INR for importing those products. On the date of payable, I am basically paying 83 lakhs. There's a direct loss of 1 lakh 20,000 on my costing that I've done when I was importing those products. With hedging, if on the same day I would have hedged that particular exposure, thinking, okay, fine, I have 1 lakh worth of payables on October 31st, and it's not a good market to me. Let's just say I'll go ahead and book an import contract, and I'll hedge it for the rate of 82.60. So the net payable as an importer will be 82 lakh 60,000, whereas if the prices go to 83 on 31st October, I would have saved an additional 40,000 that I would have to shell out on 31st October while paying. So this is how basically hedging saves money or helps you mitigate your risk. थोड़ा ज़्यादा टेक्निकल हो जाए, jargons आ जाए तो just remind me again. But this is a very good comparative between the currency forwards and the currency futures, which Ankit and Pratik were saying. So the forwards are traded with the banks, and currency futures are with the exchange. And there's a play of margin, as we've already been talking about. The exchange needs upfront margin, but there's no upfront margin with the banks. What banks do need is the credit lines and the credit limits with those banks. So there's a play. If you don't have any credit lines and the credit limits, then obviously you'll have to go with the currency futures, right? So this is one thing, but what does currency forward bring in is a lot of flexibility for the corporates. You can book for any amount as good as 9,256 or 1,500,078 dollars, something like that. With respect to futures, you'll have to be confined to the lots of $1,000. So your amounts cannot be specific. Your dates cannot be specific. It's always with respect to exchange, it is the month ends. Lately, we've also started having weekly expiry products. But with forwards, you book for any random day. Let's just book for 6th of May. Okay, banks will give you the codes for those particular rates. So there's a lot of flexibility with the banks with respect to risk management, but there's also less transparency. The rates are pretty much clear when it comes to exchange. But lately, even with the banks, we are achieving those particular transparency, but still there is some sort of discrepancies in the rates being quoted on the banking side. So there's always good measure to have people like Ankit, who's knowing the markets and knowing what's going on in the markets to use those products really well. Further, we can have the cost of the operation charges pretty low when it comes to exchanges, but the cost of transactions in the operations are pretty high when it comes to booking forwards. The time is also quite limited. It operates only from 9 to 3:30 in the afternoon, whereas exchange markets are from 9 to 5, an additional 1.5 hour for you to hedge. But having said that, there's a good liquidity in the banks. You can book not just for 12 months, rather you can also book it for 18 months, 24 months, 3 years, 4 years. But with respect to currency futures, the liquidity is only for 3 months. First 3 months, you'll have good liquidity. You can book any contract with the transparent rates. Beyond that, if you go, there's not much of liquidity. The market participants are not really keen on booking those forward future contracts beyond 3 months timeline. So it's a lot easier for you to book contracts in the shorter period with respect to exchange, but not so easy on the longer time frame. ऑप्शंस कई बार मैं जब भी ऑप्शंस का बात करने आता हूँ लोग ना सर पीट लेते हैं, अरे क्या है यार, ये क्या कॉल, क्या पुट, क्या बाय, क्या सेल, किसमें मेरे को राइट है, किसमें मेरे को ऑब्लिगेशन है, किसी को कुछ क्लैरिटी नहीं रहता है, एंड दे जस्ट बैंग देयर हेड लाइक व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन. Let's just try to make it easier. Buying options gives you the right. Selling options, you are obligated. Let's just establish that. Buying option gives me the right to buy or to sell. We'll clear that up later. But buying options gives me the right to act on that particular contract. Selling option obliges me to. If I have sold an option, I have no way out. I'll have to oblige with that particular contract if the buyer asks me to. So buying a call option, buying a put option may give you some sort of a hedge. But what are the parameters involved in an option? एक होता है strike price. जो प्राइस मैं चाहता हूँ कि कवर कर सके कि ये एक पर्टिकुलर लेवल है, ये मेरा हेज लेवल है, बियॉन्ड दिस आई शुड बी कवर्ड ऑन माय रिस्क. दूसरा है टाइम और द टेनर, फॉर व्हाट पीरियड डू आई वांट टू बुक दिस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. बेसिक इंस्ट्रूमेंट और द एसेट तो नोन होना ही चाहिए, डॉलर, रुपये है, यूरो है, क्या है. सो दीज आर द 3 थिंग्स, एंड द नेक्स्ट basic aspect is what we go into is whether the option is already in the money, out of money, or at the money. Now this is a new concept जो काफी frequently use किया जाता है. एग्जाम्पल के साथ देख लेते हैं. प्रीवियस एग्जाम्पल में ही जाता हूँ. यहाँ पे 8180 का मेरा करंट स्पॉट चल रहा है एंड मेरा फॉरवर्ड रेट 8260 का है फॉर अक्टूबर. Now if I want to hedge, I can say I am an importer. I want to be buying dollars. What option gives me the right to buy? It's the call option. Call options can help you buy at any specific strike rate on that particular future date. 8260 chal raha hai. Let's say our strike rate is 82.50 for 31st October. If I buy that particular option, I get a right to buy at 82.50, $1 lakh on 31st March. Irrespective of wherever the rates are, I can buy it at 82.50. Be it 83, be it 88, or be it 81. Now at 81, would you be buying at 82.5? No. So you won't exercise, but you still have the right to do it. So it gives me the benefit. If the markets are not moving in my favor, I can exercise it. If the markets are moving in my favor, then I will not. So it's an insurance, like everyone says. I have a strike price 82.5. I have a tenor 31st October. I have paid some premium and I can exercise it if I want. This is what options give you, the ability to exercise a particular contract. Now, when I said 82.50 and the forward rate was 82.60, it was in sync with the market rates. So that's what we call an at the money option. Whatever is the market rate, अगर उसके आसपास में ही मेरा ऑप्शन का रेट है, तो at the money option. If my rates were 83 and I am buying an 82.5 put or 82.5 call, already वो कॉल में प्रॉफिट है, मार्केट के देखे सामने, तो ऑलरेडी वो प्रॉफिट में है कॉल ऑप्शन. तो उसको हम बोलते हैं इन द मनी पोर्ट, विच इज ऑलरेडी गिविंग यू द मनी. इफ 83 का भाव चल रहा है और मैं 83 हाफ का कॉल लेता हूँ, which is far out of the current market price, then it's an out of the money option. The out of the money options are generally cheaper, in the money are expensive, at the money are basically near about expensive and not so expensive. What are the advantages of options? It helps me hedge. It's an insurance. Everyone has already labeled options as an insurance in case of heightened volatility. There's an assurance for me with respect to forwards. बहुत सिंपल है कि या तो प्रॉफिट होगा या लॉस होगा, और कुछ है ही नहीं उसमें, आर पार है, ब्लैक एंड वाइट. ऑप्शंस में बहुत ही ग्रे है, सब कुछ ग्रे है रादर. स्ट्राइक प्राइस के ऊपर भाव चल रहा है, कॉल ऑप्शन है, मेरे पास प्रॉफिट रहेगा ऑप्शंस के साथ. स्ट्राइक प्राइस के नीचे है, मार्केट में मेरे लिए फेवरेबल, इट्स ओके. आई हैव बॉट एन ऑप्शन विद द प्रीमियम, ओनली द कॉस्ट इज द प्रीमियम दैट आई हैव पेड. सो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ एडवांटेजेस. उसको सही से स्ट्रक्चर किया तो कॉस्ट भी उतना नहीं होगा प्रीमियम्स का. एंड दैट इज व्हाट द रीसेंट changes by the RBI with respect to regulations have also helped do for a lot of many corporates. So let's just go ahead with the plain vanilla call options that we were talking about. Rather, I've already given you the example pretty easy. So जो भी मेरा strike price है उसके ऊपर रहेंगे, तो I can save out on the money. But what happens in a put option? We'll go to put option. Put option में if I was looking with respect to and right to buy with a call option, मैं exporter हूँ तो मुझे बेचने का भी हक चाहिए. So put options give me that. Put options give me the right to sell that particular asset, particular instrument or the script at particular strike price in the forward or the future date. Let's just take this example. Put option of a strike price 80. When the market spot is around 79.90, will give you an at the money price, but on the maturity the prices are lower than 80. You can still exercise your option, put option, and convert all your receivables as an exporter at the price of 80. Now there's this risk management hedge that you can talk about with options. विजुअल्स में ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है, टेक्स्ट के बदले बहुत स्ट्रेन आता है पढ़ने में. सो आई पुट सम विजुअल्स एज वेल. A strike of 80 when the market price is at 79.90 will cost me 56 पैसे as a premium. Insurance charge जो अपन बात करते हैं 3 months के लिए. Now on maturity अगर prices 80 के ऊपर है, so if you see my conversion is going higher at above 80 because I can convert my receivables anything anywhere in the market which is above 80. जो भी भाव है 82 है, 82 पे convert कर सकता हूँ, 85 है, 85 पे convert कर सकता हूँ. But अगर ये 80 के नीचे है, so I'm converting my receivables at 80, and for that I've paid a cost of 56 paise. So effectively I'm still getting 79.5 wherever be the market. 77 भी है तो भी मेरे को 79 half मिल रहा है. So that's the sort of hedge I have to talk about. And if we compare it with forwards, generally forward के सामने थोड़ा payoff skewed लगता है because payoffs are black and white, या तो आर या पार होगा, but इस केस में नहीं होता है. इसके अलावा जैसे structures बात करते हैं, options में काफ़ी structures है. Buying and selling of option आप साथ में करो, थोड़ा cost reduce होगा. Cost reduce के साथ आपका hedge भी limit होगा. No free lunch as we have always talked about. So various structures, I'll just go ahead with very few structures जो generally we use. Yeah, before we go ahead, Pratik.
I had one question, one clarification and one question. So for an importer, say I'm not selling, I'm going for buying. For an importer, I need to buy call.
Yes.
For an exporter, I need to buy put. Is this understanding correct?
Yes.
For an importer, buy call.
Perfect.
For an exporter, buy put.
Perfect.
Broader level. Now, if I have a corporate, how practically मतलब suppose कि अगर मैं desk पे बैठा हूँ, मुझे option चाहिए. There are two ways. Futures में जाऊँ या bank में जाऊँ. How does it practically work and what is the cost to it? If you can just give what is the premium? जैसे forward में हमने mention किया कि वहाँ पे 2% is the differential.
Correct.
How does the premium, basically, I got
you. So option
you can go to your example that 81.20.
This one?
Yeah. Now we have given the example that yes, this is my suppose import price.
Okay.
8180.
Correct.
Now I am booking it, import as well as export, and whether bank ke saath karna, exchange ke saath karna, then I think it would be more.
Perfect. I'd like such suggestions. Please make it easier for me to make it easier for you guys. So, firstly,
I'll think this advice is not free.
we'll talk about the conversions later.
Yeah,
so,
please.
Option premiums. Firstly, if I have to decide options किसके साथ करना है, be it NSE or the exchange, NSE, BSE, or do I have to do it with the bank? Let's just identify how operationally easy and what are the costs involved with respect to choosing these particular options. For example, currency exchange is transparent, as we have been talking about. Even with respect to options, the premiums are pretty transparent. Because 1 month ka book karna hai, 2 month ka, 3 month ka, irrespective whatever period that I book, it is pretty transparent when it comes to the pricing given by the exchange. On the other hand, if I have to talk about banks, there's no transparency. Banks do their costing on their own basis, and there is a proper matrix behind arriving these particular premium costs. Identifying what is the extrinsic value and intrinsic value. Too many theoretical concepts and jargons. I can bore you down with those many Greeks and volatilities and all those concepts, but eventually what we'll be identifying is exchange is very transparent with their pricing, and banks are not really transparent in their pricing. But having said that, banks give me the flexibility to do option contracts for any particular maturity that I want. Exchange does not. Exchange gives me only the month-end expiry options. So I will be limited to month ends. I will be limited in my amounts with respect to $1,000 unit or multiples of $1,000 with exchange. With banks, it's the same as forwards and future. Any amount, any maturity, any expiry, there won't be any transparency when it comes to pricing your options. So what you can do is identify and also negotiate with your banks. If you're doing for longer period, you can choose a bank to go ahead with your options, but you need to negotiate really hard with them. You need to also know what exactly are the prevailing market option premiums. There are ways to identify what is the prevailing market premium. You can always reach out to Shikhar Garg. He'll help you out with the market option premiums at that particular moment, and you can go ahead and negotiate with your bank. But if you don't wish to get into any of these hassle and want to keep it simple, just go to an exchange and do it for the shorter period, and be very transparent when it comes to pricing. Having said that, premiums calculation consists of how much moneyness is there. Are we in the money, out of money, or at the money? Some concepts that we spoke about just prior to moving ahead. एग्जाम्पल के साथ वापस देख लेते हैं. 8180 का करंट भाव चल रहा है. 80 MF फॉरवर्ड बुक करूंगा तो मेरे को 8260 मिलता है. यही मैं अगर 82 हाफ का कॉल ऑप्शन बाय करूं in an exchange 1 to 3 months में I'll have good liquidity and very transparent pricing. बैंक में जाऊंगा, लिक्विडिटी बहुत है, जो एक्सचेंज पे मिल रहा है उससे 2, 3, 5, 10 पैसा up and down, you will get the pricing. So in the shorter tenor, there's not much of a difference. But the pricing changes when the strike price that you're taking is not near the ATMF rates. अगर वो 8250 नहीं है, 82 है, let's say, you are taking a very in the money, already profitable option. The charge for that particular option will be higher, and the banks will charge even higher. यही मैं 8250 के बदले 83 का call option लूँ, when the prices are 82 on the forward terms. So it will cost me cheaper because I'm already taking a hit of 50 paise when I'm buying that particular option. The bank can easily go ahead and buy a forward of 82.50, 82.60 and give me the option of 83, they are covering their risk of 50 paise. So they can charge me less on that particular option. So an out of the money option will always be cheaper for you, and in the money option will always be expensive. Pratik, I hope
So
this
just
clear.
summarizing what I understood for all of us. For forwards, with a simple 2% premium that we are doing, for options, depending upon the strike price and the time, that will keep on deciding the premiums.
Definitely, yeah.
And that is some complex calculation which the exchange or the bank does, which you can have access to Reuters or Bloomberg as a data point that you can have, and that will not be a simple plain vanilla way of calculating an option.
Perfect. Anyone else is having any questions with respect to options? Because
I'm importer, I have to buy call option.
Correct.
In order to mitigate my risk of, if it is more than 83, then I'm fix my price at 83.
Perfect. Yes.
If it is lesser than that, not an issue.
Yes.
If it is higher than that, then I'm benefited.
Bang
So
on.
I'm giving 1.2 rupees premium or the insurance premium which
Correct.
I'm giving you.
Correct. Perfect. Anyone else is having any questions on the basics of options? We can otherwise move on to the structured ones, which are a bit more complex when it comes to understanding.
Conversely, if the exporter is there,
Yeah.
then what is to be done?
So exporter के केस में देख लेते हैं सर, ये let's just consider instead of
export transaction.
हाँ, ये export transaction है. So 81.80 का भाव चल रहा है, exporter को premium मिलेगा. So he can convert his funds at 82.60 being an exporter by booking a forward contract, which is already higher than the current market price. But when it comes to options, वापस forward के terms में ही देखेंगे 82.5 का अगर मैं put लेता हूँ, put option. The exporter buys a put option for protection generally. So 82.5 का मैं put option लेता हूँ, तो it gives me the right to sell at 82.50. अगर भाव उसके नीचे है, कहीं भी हो, 80 हो, 77 हो, 60 हो, I can sell at 82.5. If the prices are higher, let's say 83, so I will not exercise my put option and I can go ahead and sell my receivables at 83 in the market.
I mean, it appears that exporter को तो इतना 81-80 है, so he will always see कि price नीचे हो जाएगा तो उसे problem.
Correct.
Higher is the problem, so he will always try to protect at the lower side.
हाँ, so that's why we are comparing it with the forward rate. अगर वो forward book कर लेगा तो उसको 82.50 तो right away मिल ही रहा है. So in a way उसका current position पे अगर वो dollars बेचता है, so he should be receiving 82.60 not 81.80 for 31st October. So if I generally say if I have to compare as an exporter, I will compare with 82.60 not 81.80 because he will also be missing out on that premium of 80 paise. So 82.50 का अगर मैं भाव ले रहा हूँ, भले ही मार्केट में 81.80 चल रहा है, एक्सपोर्टर अगर सीधा सीधा जाके फॉरवर्ड बुक करेगा तो उसको 82.60 तो मिलेगा ही. It's a base case for him. So it's not a cost, it's a receivable for him. So if an exporter has to do a comparison, he should always do it with 82.60 because that is what he's going to base case receive. Anything lesser than that is a cost that he's, bearing for conversion and taking that risk.
आसिफ भाई आप ऐसा देखो इसको कि मैं रिस्क कहाँ से ले रहा हूँ. अगर मैंने कुछ नहीं किया होता, मैं जाके सिंपल मेरा फॉरवर्ड बुक करता हूँ, तो मुझे हेज करना है. While we are taking decisions, पर मुझे हेज करना है. मुझे हेज करने के लिए 82.60 आज के दिन में मतलब without paying anything, I am getting 82.60. Now I'm comparing 82.60 with what options I will be getting, and that's the reason it's very 82.60.
So immediately when I am expecting the INR to depreciate as an exporter, I will go for an option saying that I would want to pay a certain premium by buying a put. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि 85 तक जाएगा.
Okay.
लेकिन 82.60 मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करना है, तो I bought a put at 82.60, paid a certain premium. अगर 85 जाएगा, मुझे मार्केट प्राइस मिलेगा.
Correct.
80 जाएगा तो मुझे 82.60 तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा.
Yeah. So ये चार्ट में देख लेते हैं, काफी सिंपल है. 82 जा रहा है तो आपको 82 मिलेगा, बट अगर नीचे जाएगा तो आपको जो आपने प्रोटेक्ट किया लेवल उतना तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा. So in these cases a win-win scenario is like whenever the prices are going down for an exporter, a put option protects him from any price movement on the downside, but on the upside he is all open and he can leverage and buy that particular or convert that particular currency at a higher rate. So it's a overall gain on that particular level for him. Clear? Wonderful. So a mixture of these both call and put options can give us a structured product. Structured product generally use होता है क्योंकि individual call and individual put options का price बहुत ज़्यादा है. It's very expensive and plain vanilla use करना is in a way also cost to you. So as optimizers we'll always see यार कहाँ से मेरा cost कम हो जाए, कहाँ से मेरे को कम premium देना पड़े. Insurance भी buy करते वक्त हम 4 लोगों से compare करते हैं ना कौन कम premium ले रहा है. So in a way I'll also do this. I'll set up structures which will reduce my cost but also limits my gains and losses in a particular time frame. With respect to put, अपन अगर एक्सपोर्टर की बात कर रहे थे कि 82 हाफ का उसने पुट ऑप्शन लिया है तो 85 जाए 90 जाए जहाँ पे भी जाए वो मार्केट में बेच के वो पूरा का पूरा प्रॉफिट ले सकता है. Structures में there will be limits to this particular profit. How does that happen? We'll talk about the structures now. These are the few recommended structures जो corporates में use किए जाते हैं काफी often. I'm just gonna harp on to those particular products for the time being. एक है रेंज फॉरवर्ड. रेंज फॉरवर्ड बेसिकली कॉम्बिनेशन है पुट और कॉल दोनों ऑप्शंस का जहाँ पे अगर मैं एक्सपोर्टर हूँ तो बेस केस मेरे को पुट ऑप्शन बाय करना है प्रोटेक्शन के लिए ऑन द डाउन साइड कि नीचे जाए आई शुड हैव सम प्रोटेक्शन ऑन द डाउन साइड. बट ऑन द अप साइड अगर वो थोड़ा सा ऊपर जाके भी मेरे को थोड़ा ऊपर जाके भी मिलेगा मैं खुश हूँ. 8250 का 8350 भी मिलेगा मैं खुश हूँ. 85 जाएगा मेरे को परवाह नहीं, 8350 में भी मैं खुश हूँ. संतुष्ट आदमी. In that case what will I do? I will sell a call option of 83 half. Now by selling a call option वो जो प्रीमियम अपन पे करते थे वो मुझे रिसीव करने मिलेगा. So when I was paying certain premium to buy a put and now I'm receiving certain premium by selling a call option, I'm overall reducing the cost of my structure. And in doing so, I'm limiting the upside profit. But it's okay, I'm pretty fine with having limited profit because in the end, my objective is to manage my risk. अगर speculative और सट्टा खेलना है तो फिर दूसरा जगह है मेरे लिए करने के लिए, बिजनेस में क्यों करूँ मैं. So वो जो लेंस शुरुआत में अपन ने बात की थी कि what is my objective of using these products have to be pretty clear when I'm choosing these products. So range forward में if I'm happy with 8350, I'll go ahead and sell a call option of 8350. So that इसमें क्या हो जाएगा 83 हाफ के ऊपर जितना भी जाएगा मेरे को प्रॉफिट मिलेगा नहीं. I'm limited to 8350. 8250 से 8350 के भाव बीच में कोई भी भाव रहेगा वो मेरे को मिलेगा. 8350 के ऊपर रहेगा तो 8350 ही मिलेगा. But 8250 के नीचे पूरा covered है. There's no risk for me on the downside. This is what a range forward structure is. Graphically बहुत अच्छा लगता है देखने को हम लोग को. So we are technical analysts. थोड़ा बहुत graphs देखने मिलता है तो हम लोग खुश हो जाते हैं. So it's a graphical representation. Basically in our case ये चार्ट में देखें तो let's just say this level is 8350. This is 8250 and I'm anywhere between these particular rates I can take the market rate. उसके नीचे है I am covered. I have no risk at all. उसके ऊपर है so I'm not getting the benefits but I'm okay. This is a range forward wherein we are buying a put option and selling a call option. By giving up certain gains I am also reducing the cost of buying that particular hedge. इसका एक additional या थोड़ा आगे का स्ट्रक्चर ये इम्पोर्टर्स को बहुत पसंद है, बहुत इम्पोर्टर्स करते हैं, बहुत फेवरेट स्ट्रक्चर है इम्पोर्टर्स के लिए. वी कॉल इट अ सीगल स्ट्रक्चर wherein we are buying one option and selling two options. तो दो बेच के और भाव कम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं हम लोग. How does this happen? We'll buy a call option. Call option as an importer gives me protection for any price movements on the higher side. I hope confused नहीं हुए हो. Confused हुए हो तो वापस raise your hand. and I'll try to make it simpler again. Call option importers को buy करने का हक देता है. So in a Siegel structure, I'll buy a call option. In our example, I'll continue with that particular example. 82 half का मैंने call option खरीद लिया. Now I'm protected for any price movements above 82 half, wherever the market goes. Now what do I do? The cost is pretty high for me. Okay, fine. I'll sell a put option. नीचे जाएगा तो any which ways मेरे लिए beneficial ही है, भाव नीचे जा रहे तो वो नीचे जाने का भाव को मैं थोड़ा सा लिमिट कर देता हूँ. 82 हाफ से let's say 81 तक I am okay. Any which ways profit है, नीचे आ रहा है, cost मेरे लिए कम है, बट वो मैं प्रॉफिट 81 पे भी संतुष्ट ले सकता हूँ. 81 का पुट मैंने बेच दिया, स्ट्रक्चर का कॉस्ट कम हो गया, बट इट्स स्टिल वेरी हाई. व्हाट डू आई डू? आई डोंट थिंक सो मार्केट 85 के ऊपर जाएगा, ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है. आरबीआई जाने नहीं देगा, इंडिया का सिचुएशन बहुत अच्छा है. 85 के ऊपर जाएगा नहीं, ठीक है, तो 85 के ऊपर का कॉल बेच देते हैं. 85 के ऊपर जाएगा नहीं तो वो कॉल एक्सरसाइज होगा नहीं, वो बेचा उसका भी प्रीमियम मिल जाएगा, पुट बेचा उसका भी प्रीमियम मिल जाएगा. कॉल का ऑप्शन अपना जो खरीदा है उसके लिए बहुत कम प्रीमियम पे करोगे आप. सो द ओवरऑल कॉस्ट ऑफ हेजिंग थ्रू दिस पर्टिकुलर स्ट्रक्चर गेट्स डाउन वेरी लो, बट व्हाट इट डज is it limits your profits on the downside and also limits your protection on the higher side. खुदा ना खास्ता 85 के ऊपर चले गया ना तो बहुत रिस्क आ जाएगा. कैसे होगा? Let's just see it in a graphical way. Over here, as we can say, 82 50 का मेरा प्रोटेक्शन है. This is my 8250. इसके ऊपर कोई भी प्राइस जाएगा, I am protected. This is 85. यहाँ पे जाके मेरा प्रोटेक्शन खत्म हो जाएगा. So अगर 86 जाता है तो what will happen is I will buy at 8250 and someone will buy from me at 85. So बीच का 2.5 rupees का प्रॉफिट तो मेरे को मिलेगा, बट उसके ऊपर का 1 रुपए का लॉस ऐड हो जाएगा मेरे में. ऑन द रिवर्स साइड 82 हाफ है, 81 का मैंने पुट बेचा हुआ है. इसके नीचे 82 हाफ के नीचे जितना भी जाता है प्रॉफिट ही है मेरे लिए. सो इट्स गुड इफ इट्स गोइंग डाउन, राइट. 81 तक आई एम हैप्पी, उसके नीचे वैसे भी ज्यादा जाएगा नहीं. इंडियन करेंसी, एज अंकित हैज ऑलरेडी मेंशन्ड, इट हैज ऑलवेज वेंट हायर. In a longer term horizon, USD INR has always moved higher. So why do I have to worry about it moving too much down on the downside? So 81 का बेच के I have limited my profits but also limited my cost. These structures basically reduce the overall cost of hedging, but it also acts wonderful because as an importer I don't have to pay the premium, forward premium that we were talking about, which is also 2 to 4%. वो नहीं पे कर रहे हो. You are still in the market for a better rate and you are protected on the higher side. एक लिमिट तक दो, 85 ऑलरेडी सोच रहे नहीं आएगा तो फिर क्यों टेंशन लेना है. बट हाँ, टेंशन लेना है, 85 के ऊपर गया तो टेंशन है. The structure that it forms, it looks like a seagull bird. It's a bird seagull. So the payoff structures that are formed are generally like a seagull. You'll see. Likewise, traders are very notorious. They give namings in very fashionable forms to their option structures. There are butterflies, there are iron condors, there are Batmans. There's a structure called Batman. So थोड़ा सा क्या है, ट्रेडिंग करते करते बोर हो जाते थे, सोचते थे क्या करना है, कुछ फनी नाम दे देते और कुछ नहीं है. Another structure quite often used for an importer called spreads. इसमें वो नीचे का पुट जो अपन ने बेचा था सीगल में वो नहीं करते, बस एक कॉल बाय किया, एक कॉल ऊपर का बेच दिया क्योंकि मेरे को लग रहा है 85 के ऊपर जाएगा नहीं, तो ऊपर का रिस्क मेरे लिए ज्यादा है नहीं. 82 हाफ का मैंने प्रोटेक्शन बाय कर लिया, नीचे जितना भी जाएगा पूरा का पूरा मेरा प्रॉफिट. 79, 70, 60 जहां पे भी जाए पूरा प्रॉफिट. आई स्टिल वांट टू रीप दैट बेनिफिट ऑफ prices moving down. जैसे in current scenario, like Ankit showed in his chart, USD INR after reaching 83, they started moving downwards. What I'll do is I'll buy a put option of 82.5, a call option of 82.5, and I'll sell a call option of 83.5. 83 के ऊपर जा नहीं रहा है ना, प्रोटेक्शन है, नीचे जितना जाएगा मेरे को उतना ही बेनिफिट है. सेम बाइंग कॉल ऑप्शन, सेलिंग कॉल ऑप्शन रिड्यूसेस द ओवरऑल कॉस्ट, एंड उसका स्ट्रक्चर कुछ ऐसा है. बस ये जो ऊपर एक लिमिटिंग फैक्टर था वो नहीं है, बिकॉज पूरा का पूरा लॉस अपना है ऊपर की तरफ में. नीचे में यहाँ पे जो लिमिट हो जाता था वो भी नहीं है. I have the whole profit on the downside. So likewise, you can move around your structures. You can move around with options to build beneficial structures. All you have to identify. Now, this is one bit that I say ye set structures hai, but as risk management, what we have to do is identify what levels are suitable for your business. Does business is okay with a pricing of 82.5, with a pricing of 83.5, or with a pricing of 81? Identify what is your business liking a level, and basis that how much can you spend on those particular structures. Now these are the two variables which you need to juggle between to identify what sort of structure you should make. इसमें और भी आप कर सकते हैं स्ट्रक्चर्स ऊपर नीचे. बस एक चीज आरबीआई ने बोला है ध्यान रखना, your net worth has to be above 500 crores to make a fancy structured option hedging strategy. So if you are above 500 crores in net worth, कैसे भी option structures बनाओ, use करो, as long as it's good for you, it is good for your business, and it is cost effective. If you guys want to have a comparison between the structures and the options that we have talked by far, it's basically a very short summary, but बहुत सारा text है. Easy बता देता हूँ कुछ. कॉल एंड पुट में मेरे पास अनलिमिटेड प्रॉफिट है, लिमिटेड कॉस्ट है. लिमिटेड प्रॉफिट किस में आ जाता है? रेंज फॉरवर्ड में, कॉल स्प्रेड में, सीगल में. बट इन सब में लिमिटेड प्रॉफिट के साथ साथ देयर इज ऑल्सो अ वेरिएबल ऑफ अनलिमिटेड लॉस एज वेल, एक्सेप्ट फॉर सीगल जहाँ पे आफ्टर सर्टेन पॉइंट आपका लॉस आता है. रेंज फॉरवर्ड में अनलिमिटेड लॉस नहीं है. है क्या? है. थोड़ा सा सो गए लोग इसलिए कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है. बट जैसे ही अपन ऑप्शन सेलिंग के साथ जाते हैं फोक्स, थोड़ा सा विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू दैट पर्टिकुलर स्ट्रक्चर रिस्क आ जाता है. बट बिजनेस को अगर वो चलता है वो रिस्क, तो फिर इट्स ऑल गुड, इट्स ओके. जैसे रेंज फॉरवर्ड अपन ने बात किया, 85 का मैं कॉल जब बेचता हूँ, 85 अगर मेरे को मिलता है एज एन एक्सपोर्टर, आई एम रियली हैप्पी. वो उसके ऊपर कितना भी जाए, येस इट्स एन अनलिमिटेड रिस्क, बट द बिजनेस डज नॉट वांट anything higher. It's okay, business is fine with 85. So that unlimited risk is not really a risk for them. So identify what exactly your business needs and what are the costs. एक बहुत ही sure.
That 500 crore net worth that you mentioned, all of that buy call, buy put is possible for any company.
Any company, buy call and buy put.
Call spread and seagull, is the range forward also falling within that category of exotic derivative?
So you can still do buy call, buy put as a corporate without having that 500 crore net worth limitation. You can also do spread structures, but range forward you cannot do. Exotic structures you cannot do unless you have a 500 crore worth of net worth. Plain vanilla call options you can still do. One more regulation that RBI gives is, as a corporate, you cannot receive on the net basis premiums. जो अपन ने बेच के किया है वो सिर्फ कॉस्ट रिड्यूस करने के लिए कर रहे हैं अपन ऑप्शन सेलिंग. To gain out of option selling you cannot do as a corporate. This is what RBI mandates every corporate.
Is this regulation applicable on exchange platform?
No, you can sell any number of options, any number of buy and call, or buy, call and put options. You can sell any number of call and put options on the exchange, as long as you have the sufficient margin in your accounts. That's it. That's
how does it practically work for a corporate? जैसे मैं forwards करता हूँ, so I need to give a contracted exposure, मुझे कुछ order underline देना पड़ेगा.
Yeah.
या फिर anticipated exposure में I can call and I need to tell the banker.
Yeah.
How does it work practically with options? Do I need to give anything?
So preferred here, generally you have to give the underlying documents or a purchase order or a sales order in that case. When you're doing these transactions, documentations are preferred in most of the cases. There's always a loophole or a way around in Indian context. We keep finding ways to beat the system in some form and fashion. So I'd not make it a base case requirement. If fine, we need certain documents. We are Indians, we find our ways out. Okay, so there's one very interesting structures or a way of option which has been available in Indian markets. And this is the last final option structure that I'll be talking about, because then it's going to be very heavy to assimilate all of it in one go. Its options are a very huge market, and for us to do it in an hour, it's injustice on my and your part. So the final one is the exotic options, recently allowed by RBI. You still need to clear those particular guidelines that you will not be receiving on net basis, and your net worth has to be above 500 crores as a corporate for you to do these structures. These exotic options are pretty new in the Indian markets. These were banned after the 2008-9 crisis, because a lot many corporates got bankrupt because of only these structures. They were bankrupt. बंद करना पड़ा काम because of these structures. These were basically risk management tools, but eventually took out the whole business altogether. So yeah, these structures had this kind of ability, and that's why RBI has still put in restrictions. As a corporate, you cannot go into that kind of arrangements which will lead you to go bankrupt as a corporate using these structures. Now RBI is very clear on these lines that they will be managing this segment of the options arena where you cannot be receiving and take digestible risk as a corporate. So what does exotic do is exotic options. बचपन में बहुत गेम्स खेलते थे कि अगर ये हुआ तो मैं ऐसा करूंगा, वो हुआ तो ऐसा करूंगा. एक्सोटिक ऑप्शन भी ऐसा ही है. अगर ये प्राइस आया तो ये ऑप्शन वैलिड है, अगर ये प्राइस आया तो ये ऑप्शन इनवैलिड है, डिपेंडिंग ऑन माय अरेंजमेंट. So this is what it is. It enables a corporate to have structures with some conditionality in it. जैसे अपन बात कर रहे थे कि लग रहा है 85 आएगा ही नहीं, तो क्या करें? Buy a put option and sell a call option with a conditionality. अगर 85 आता है तो फिर call option trigger होगा, नहीं तो trigger भी नहीं होगा, and you can enjoy the whole benefit. How does that work? There are 4 patterns of exotic options. Up and out, मतलब ये भाव के ऊपर गया तो ये ऑप्शन cease to exist. बाहर आ जाओगे आप ये ऑप्शन स्ट्रक्चर्स में से. दिस ऑप्शन स्ट्रक्चर विल नॉट एग्जिस्ट एनीमोर. एक है डाउन एंड आउट. ये पर्टिकुलर भाव के नीचे गया प्राइस तो आप बाहर आ जाओगे ऑप्शन स्ट्रक्चर में से. अप एंड इन, अगर ये भाव के ऊपर गया प्राइसेस तो मेरा ऑप्शन स्ट्रक्चर प्ले में आएगा. देन इट कम्स इनटू द प्ले एंड you have to work around with that particular option. Down and in is similar. If the prices go below that particular price, then the option comes into play. ज़्यादा टेक्निकल और theoretical के बदले we'll just go by an example, and I'll take some help of Pratik's policy making skill over here, because what happens is, as a corporate, a risk policy always mandates me to have certain hedge. Most of the corporates always mandates me to have 10%, 20%, 40%, 50%, X% of hedges. Now, if I have to have hedges through a forward contract, it is limiting me to a particular rate. जब अपन शुरुआत से बात कर रहे हैं, एज एन एक्सपोर्टर अगर मैं 8250 का भाव फॉरवर्ड के थ्रू बुक करके फिक्स कर रहा हूँ, 8250 के ऊपर गया तो आई एम नॉट गेनिंग आउट ऑफ एनी ऑफ द प्राइस मूवमेंट्स, राइट? आई एम फिक्स्ड एट 8250. Niche, yes, I'm protected, but what about the upside? And I'm mandated to do that particular forward contract, because my policy says I have to be hedged 50%. क्या करें? There's a way out, is a very good structure, forward extra. What it does is it will give you a put option of the same rate as your forward rate was. 82 half का put option दे देगा. So you're protected on the downside action जो आपको forward देता था. You are also participating in the markets on the upside anywhere the market goes. Trick over here is एक barrier option अपन call का sell करते हैं. Now what is this barrier option call का? What do you say is, if any time let's say 85 का price from today to 31st October एक बार भी आ गया, so जो मेरा put का strike price है, same call के strike price का एक option sell side से खड़ा हो जाएगा. क्या हो गया कि downside मेरा 82 half पे protected था. I will now sell a call option of 82 half if, again I'm expressing too much emphasis on if the prices go above 85. अगर 85 के ऊपर नहीं जाता है तो वो कॉल ऑप्शन एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है, तो पूरा मार्केट में जितना भी ऊपर जाएगा आपका प्रॉफिट है. अगर 85 के ऊपर एक बार भी जाता है, छू के वापस आ जाता है ना नीचे, तो भी वो कॉल ऑप्शन स्ट्रक्चर में एग्जिस्ट करेगा एंड 82 हाफ पे आप फिक्स हो जाओगे. फॉरवर्ड भी आपको 82 हाफ पे ही फिक्स कर रहा था, ये भी 82 हाफ पे फिक्स करेगा, बट इसमें एटलीस्ट यू हैड द एबिलिटी टू पार्टिसिपेट इन द अपसाइड मूवमेंट टिल 85. अगर ये 84.99 से रिवर्स कर जाता तो आपको पूरा पार्टिसिपेशन बेनिफिट तो मिलता ना. यू आर नॉट स्टक एट 82 हाफ. सो अगर मेरे को जरूरी है बुक करना फॉरवर्ड्स, तो उसके बदले व्हाई डू आई नॉट डू दिस? आई हैव द एबिलिटी टू पार्टिसिपेट in the movements on the higher side with a conditionality, and this is a wonderful product. I'm telling you folks, we have been using this for a few set of our exporters. I'll give you a very basic example. One of our exporters, when the prices were around 75 as spot, we had booked a forward extra which fixed the rate of 78 half for them. 78 हाफ का पुट बाय किया, 78 हाफ का कॉल सेल हुआ, बट उसकी कंडीशनैलिटी ये थी कि 85 के ऊपर प्राइसेस गया तो ही कॉल प्ले में आएगा. फेब की मैच्योरिटी थी उसकी. वी बुक्ड इट इन लास्ट फेब. एक साल का टेनर, एक साल में एक बार भी 85 आया तो आई विल बी स्टक विद 78 हाफ, जबकि मार्केट 85 चले गया, बट फॉरवर्ड भी तो मेरे को वहां पे ही फिक्स कर रहा था. बट दिस फेब we didn't go above 85. We closed around 82.60. Now imagine 78 half से 82.60 का पूरा 4 रुपए का बेनिफिट. 1 मिलियन का भी अगर फॉरवर्ड बुक एक्स्ट्रा बुक किया है तो 40 लाख का प्रॉफिट है एक स्ट्रक्चर पे. Now this is how these structures work, and any which ways मेरे को 50% अगर वहाँ पे mandated है, I'll keep on doing this. I still have the mandate satisfied and I have the ability to earn out of it as well. So why do we do this kind of structures? Oh, by the way, graphical representation, as I always like. एक certain point तक I am participating, and जैसे वो trigger hit होता है, my payoffs are down. So this is what a forward extra is for you guys. But throughout, I've maintained this bit that I have to identify as a corporate what my objective is when it comes to risk management. Now, there are 4 different approaches that we generally say for a corporate. एक होता है cost center, जो ज़्यादा profit नहीं लेना चाहता, जो है जितना है उतना तुरंत hedge करो, खत्म करो. They don't want to be in any sort of market activity which will give them any value addition or profit or anything. They want to maintain their focus on their business and reduce the risk as much as possible. Now that's a cost center of the conservative approach. They will not be going on for participation in the market for better rates or anything. They'll hedge their exposures and they'll sit quiet. Another one is the aggressive one or the profit center one, जहाँ पे थोड़ी ट्रेडिंग होगी, थोड़ी चर्निंग होगी, बाय सेल ऊपर नीचे बहुत इन आउट होगा, फॉरवर्ड एक्स्ट्रा जैसे स्ट्रक्चर्स होंगे, जहाँ पे all the while managing your risk, you are also looking to make some profit out of treasury activities. Treasury is a different profit center for them altogether. It's a different business unit. उधर से भी उनको पैसा कमाना है, जबकि ऑब्जेक्टिव कुछ लोगों का रिस्क मैनेजमेंट का है, इसका उधर से भी पैसा कमाना है. तो however your corporate wants, you have to identify. There are certain who does not do anything. There are indifferent people. कुछ hedging नहीं यार, क्या है ये सब, कुछ है सब मम्बो जम्बो है, क्या होता है कुछ नहीं होता है, इफेक्टिवली सब मेरे लिए सब सेम है. कुछ लोगों को पता ही नहीं है क्या है पीएनएल, क्या है impact क्या है, they don't do it. Some are also okay with that particular PNL, they know जो भी है, but still they don't do it. It's okay. Then there's another one, moderate one, which is a mix of conservative and aggressive. He wants to manage his risk, but at the same time, अगर थोड़ा बहुत profit लाके दे सकते हो तो दे दो यार, पैसा किसको नहीं पसंद है. So there are different types, there are different objectives. Identify what is your objective, identify what are your costs, and act accordingly. Now that's that with respect to all the risk management tools. Folks, कुछ भी और सवाल, कोई question, कोई query? Okay. सब सो तो नहीं गए ना? ऐसे दिख नहीं रहा है सोते हुए, बट फिर भी गुड. तो अभी थोड़ा कुछ अलग ही बात करते हैं. मैं जैसे आशीष जी से बात कर रहा था, उनको मार्केट्स बहुत पसंद है, तो थोड़ा मार्केट की बातें कर लेते हैं. बट दिस इज ऑल ऑन द मैक्रो साइड. इक्विटी रिलेटेड मेरे को ज्यादा आता नहीं. मैं सोचा था आप लोग से आके सीखूंगा कभी, तो बुला लेना कभी भी कुछ भी बात हो. बट आई विल स्पीक ऑन द मैक्रो फ्रंट. बट जब भी कोई एक्सटर्नल पोजीशन की बात करता है ना, तो सबसे पहले लोग ये सोचते हैं कि एक्सटर्नल मिनिस्टर जयशंकर यही सब करता रहता है, इतने पोस्ट आते रहते हैं, ये उल्टे सीधे जवाब देता रहता है लोगों को इन वेरियस फोरम्स. क्या यही है क्या एक्सटर्नल पोजीशन? नो नो, ऐसा कुछ नहीं. ही इज अ वेरी स्मार्ट मैन एंड ही मैनेजेस दोज अफेयर्स ब्रिलियंटली, बट दिस इज नॉट व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. Though most of the times looking at Indian macros, our expression is similar. मैं और अंकित भाई इकोनॉमिक्स को देख कर इसे बैठे रहते क्या हो रहा है. So it's okay, but these are interesting ways to deal with financial markets. What do we talk about in external position is basically like we were talking about demand and supply. It's the balance of payments. Fancy word for demand and supply again. और कुछ नहीं. कितना पैसा अंदर आया, कितना पैसा बाहर गया, वही देखा जाता है बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट्स में. सो एक उसका ब्रेकअप है करंट अकाउंट एंड कैपिटल अकाउंट. Current account basically consists of all the merchandise trades, all the invisibles, जो service sector अंकित भाई बात कर रहे थे, जो travel के लिए भी spend. Many of you guys will be knowing a lot, many people who are studying outside, तो ये सब spending import export का है, gifts आते रहते हैं. So these are current account numbers. Then there's capital account. We on and off keep hearing FDI पैसा आया है, FII पैसा आया है, foreign investors put in 1,000 crores worth of money in equity markets. Amazon looks to put in $1 billion in production capacities in India. Apple recently is doing a lot of its manufacturing in India. So those are capital account flows. Loans, borrowings, पंकज जी अभी बात करने वाले हैं long term borrowing की. Even those are capital account flows to some extent. So एक कच्चा चिट्ठा, कितना पैसा आया, कितना पैसा गया, सम करके कितना डिमांड अपना डॉलर का रहा है. अगर मेरा BOP डेफिशिट है, तो एज अंकित मेंशन, वी आर ऑलवेज अ डॉलर हंग्री नेशन. हमें डिमांड डॉलर की ज्यादा रही है, इसीलिए USD/INR हैज ऑलवेज वेंट अप. डॉलर की डिमांड हमेशा ज्यादा रही है. ऑन द अदर साइड, बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट अगर सरप्लस है, तो हमें उतनी डॉलर की डिमांड नहीं है, रादर रुपया की ज्यादा डिमांड है, इसलिए USD/INR कैन कम डाउन. बट हैज इट ऑलवेज हैपेंड सो? नो. There are times where we have had very good BOP surplus, like for example FY22 आप देखें तो we have had 47 billion of surplus, yet dollar rupee appreciate only by 3%. It went down only by 3%, whereas अपना ये साल का deficit has been around 25 billion expected, and we have depreciated by 7%. So it's not always the same story कि जितना मेरा demand supply रहा है उतना ही मेरा currency का movement रहेगा. No, it's not a one-to-one correlation. Majorly because Indian currency is also a very heavily managed currency. Our central bank is very active in the markets and they come and go at various points to reduce the volatility and to manage the attractiveness of the currency as per their liking. We'll just break it up in further bits like we have talked about current account and capital account. And current account is basically, as we have talked about, merchandise and invisibles and everything. For this year, an estimated $78 billion ka a deficit is there on the current account basis. $78 billion was required by our nation on the net basis. Was it supplied by the capital account? Not really. A capital account was having a surplus or a flows of 51 billion, which basically is FIIs, FDIs, loans. So जितना अपन ने demand किया उससे ज़्यादा अपने को मिला नहीं. That's why there has been a deficit on the BOP terms. And historically also, if you see, historically we have been a deficit country, FY21 being the only anomaly. Why? Can anyone say FY21 क्यों anomaly था? Bang on. Imports बंद थे. So FY21 was the only anomaly year for us. Otherwise, on the net current basis, we have majorly been a deficit nation, and we have always had a demand for dollar, which has been offsetted to some extent by the flows that we have been getting.
And majority of consists of oil imports.
Oil has been one of the biggest component. Rather, I'll just skip to that bit for you right now, and then we'll get back. So these are few of the very heavy import products for us. Crude oil being one of the biggest import products for us. If you see, we have had $118 billion worth of crude oil imports in this particular financial year. Now that's a significant quantum, and we are a developing nation, folks. Now, developing nation में ना हमारी ज़रूरतें सिर्फ बढ़ती ही है. We are talking about electrifying all the rural areas. गाड़ियाँ सब जगह ही पहुँच रही है, and all sorts of innovation are just increasing our requirement for energy. And energy is not just oil; it is also coal and other products. Now, renewable energy India में इतना ज़्यादा अभी तक fancy हुआ नहीं है. They are still trying to make an attempt, but our dependence on coal and oil has been significantly high, and it is going to increase over the period of time because highest population है, requirement भी ज़्यादा होगी, consumption भी ज़्यादा होगी, and we are developing. So we'll always require more, and it's gonna continue to grow higher. So whether we'll be able to offset that with our products, there's one bit very interesting that we've been seeing is the service component. Indians काफी smart है. Everyone has established that, and we are offering our services across. Especially when it comes to technology, बाहर भी जाओगे तो आधे से ज़्यादा Indians ही है. Amazon देखो, Google देखो, Meta, Facebook, सब जगह Indians ही बैठे हुए हैं. So we have been giving our services, and this service component has been skyrocketing in the past 1 or 2 years. Now, if you will see FY21, FY22, and FY23, 21 May we were at 206 billion worth of net service exports. 2 years we have jumped to 300, a 50% rise in 2 years. It's an exponential growth when it comes to services exports. Likewise, our services imports has been not so exponentially growing. That's why effectively what we've been talking is as overall service sector has been some sort of in some form and fashion offsetting or providing you the deficit as a nation was requiring. If you will see, this is basically how your software services have contributed to the net of services. Now 63 billion पे सीधा down आ गया है net deficit requirement because of a significant rise in your software services. another component जो काफी often देखा जाता है is the merchandise which consists of oil. Merchandise is basically imports and exports. We've always been a net importing nation. Major component again in oil, but our government has been quite ambitious in its targets, and we have set even more ambitious target of 2 trillion exports, $2 trillion exports by 2030. Now that's an impressive and a very aggressive growth of exports set by the government. Having said that, it's going to take a lot of efforts and a lot of imports similar, but we need to identify whether the overall exports and imports growth will be at the same pace, or will be becoming more self-reliant, dependent on our own economy, as Atmanirbhar Bharat says, which will effectively be reducing the overall import composition. All this can definitely drive up the overall balance of payment numbers, which in a way can lead to a demand supply change of balance, and effectively also change the views on your currency for that matter. I think we are through with most of it. Yeah. So is there any questions, anything that you guys would like to know more on risk management tools, or on the India's external position or anything? जैसे just after the session मैंने वो सवाल सुना था, क्या लग रहा है अंकित भाई अभी? So if there's anything else, guys, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'll call it off a session. I've spoken for almost 1 hour 20 minutes. It must have been a bit boring, but I hope you guys got something out of it.
No, definitely. Only the thing that we are awake, that's compliments you.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. My first time being in front of so many smart people. I think I'll be the one gaining more value. So thank you so much for having me here. It's been a pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Garg, for giving a very nice presentation. People were awake and they were really enjoying your fun-loving presentation. In fact, it was quite enjoyable. I think we can break for tea, and then the next session will start.
Ready, sir? हमारी परीक्षा लेने तो अंकित की परीक्षा
Seeking for that.
Two cousins, siblings.
चहा पिणार मी पाहून पैसे बसणार आहे का काढून टाक विषयाकडे बायोडोटा दिलाय मिस्टर होतं ना मॅडम बरोबर खोलना पड़ेगा ना। किधर है शिखर? डाउनलोड नहीं है।
Good afternoon. We have our head of WRC, Mr. Kabra, who will address the session at the moment. Please.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, this sounds good. First of all, welcome to WRC. I'm happy that you've all taken out time and come today. One of these sessions that we were actually scared of keeping. You know, we don't realize, we don't know whether there would be people coming in or not. But you know what happens when we sit in the council and we decide and we agree that let's do something important, something new. This year, everything we decided to sit in the council. This year we are blessed with a very strong members in the council who are of the thought process that now is the time for specialization. Now is the time for standing up to something which is unique, innovative, and different. So therefore, we did programs on insurance audits, we did program on PMLA, we did program on all of these out of the box kind of topics. Foreign exchange, foreign policy, recently announced new foreign policy that has come in. And first of all, it is very difficult to find out speakers for these topics. So therefore, we reached out. We got some good names. Then the idea was, when to do this. What is the right time? So someone said that people in industry would be attracted over here. So let's do it on a Friday evening or a Thursday evening, or then this or that. Matlab, iterations and all continue. But one thing was sure, that this time we have to attempt it. And so what we decided is largely that, instead of having a very big crowd coming in an auditorium and sitting in a theater style, and maybe with less lights, most of them doze off and all of that, why not do a typical study kind of a thing? So therefore, these desks come in, chairs come in, you are comfortable, you can note down. So it's more like a workshop now. It's no more like just a lecture kind of thing you're hearing. So you sit down, you read, you write. So these things happen simultaneously. And I'm sure you've also scanned your faces already. So there's a QR code that we had kept outside. I think if you must have already scanned it. So all these photographs that Shalini madam or Shivam would be taking in, you would get them automatically because you've scanned your faces. We are using an AI tool there. So it's innovation everywhere. It's demonstration of all tools and technology that we at WRC are using everywhere. Coming to today's session, I think I must really thank Pankaj Rathi for really giving a heads up. He was the one to give us that confidence. Ki, okay, don't worry, let's do it. I said, sir, if people don't turn up or you never know who's keen to listen or. He said, doesn't matter. There are 2 people, 5 people also. We will do it. Don't worry. So I think he arranged all the speakers. Everyone came in. And I'm really thankful to Roy madam and Trupti madam. I think they stood up. What Roy madam and Trupti madam are doing today is, exactly what we want to do across the WRC. My role at WRC, we have launched a program called as My Role at WRC. We want to invite people who can come and be a coordinator, who can come and be an MOC, who can come, we want to become a speaker, they can come here. panelists, they want to get into a discussion mode, come here. So because it's not just Saturday, it's almost every day we are having something or the other activity at BKC. So we need people, we need a lot of people. And this is the best playground, this is the best platform that you all as chartered accountants can explore. So we've launched this project called as My Role at WRC. You must have received emails. So any of you who are interested can write an email to us. There's a Google form you can fill up, submit to us, and you can look at our websites. Any event that you feel that you want to be a part of, you want to come here, you are around, and you want to enjoy this, or you want to do this MOC kind of thing or a coordinator kind of thing and talk about it, feel free to do so. Reach out to us, reach out to one of us in the office, let them know that you are available. We'll be more than happy to bring you, and maybe you could conduct these sessions for us. Because it's an inclusive growth that we are all targeting this year. ICI is entering 75th year of its existence. A legacy year as a regulator. We are as old as the country is. And if you would have, while you were having tea, if you would have seen the museum out there, there's a images that have been laid out. That is the accounting museum. You would see the excerpts of archives. In 1949, the lawmakers have written out, why this act or this profession is more important than even a constitution. And all of that is there in the museum. So, this year we have even thought, since all of you are here, if you can use your own good offices, if you know any colleges or any education institution, any academic institution that you are aware, you are in touch with, you can reach out to them. We can get our accounting museum installed there. It has to be a commerce institute so that they can understand what is the concept of accounting museum. So you launched the project called as Project Saptrishi, wherein we are doing these 7 different areas of collaboration with colleges. 3 of them prominently being, one is accounting museum, second is reading rooms for chartered accountant students. You're on 6th floor, 5th floor. If you go by step down, you'll find almost 300 students studying there, and we are falling short of that space. We have 6 other reading rooms in Mumbai. We are falling short of that place also. So if any of you could reach out to us, someone who has a space, we could do the interiors, we could do all of this, we could get into a lease and everything and start our reading rooms there. Only thing is, our pricing are very, very convenient. We only charge 750 rupees for a AC room and 500 for a non-AC room to the students, so that all and everyone can attend. And let me tell you, the other way we started a reading room, the girl who's the daughter of a auto rickshaw driver, in 150 square feet, there are 6 people staying in that small little room. She became a chartered accountant. She's a ranker, and she's been offered almost 18 lakhs package now. You can see the transition, the entire. So one chartered accountant, one degree, one reading room made that kind of a difference. You never know, we could create differences in lives of so many other people and families of so many people. And that is the power of chartered accountant. We, you, me, all are blessed. We are of those category of 5-6% results that used to come. You all belong to that creme de la creme, that kind of population. So I think it's time to rejoice. It's time to really live up to that legend feeling that we have as a chartered accountant. The very few of us in the entire 140 crore population, there are only 4 lakh, not even 4 lakh, 3,80,000 of us. You can imagine the kind of opportunities we are having, the kind of ecosystem that we are actually thriving and we are trying to develop in that. Amazing, absolutely amazing. It's just humbling and it's just overwhelming sometimes. But as a chairman of this wonderful council, the largest council of this country, biggest council of this country, having largest number of members, really, when I get to interact with these people, when I get to interact with each one of you, it's just wonderful. And believe me, each one of us is a powerhouse. We can do something extraordinary in whatever space that we are in. I invite you all this year at WRC to join hands and see if you could create a difference in whatever manner possible. Right from being part of the conferences to doing something extraordinary outside. Be it part of Saptrishi, be it part of coach portal for women chartered accountants to bring back in, be it part of train, earn, learn program that we are doing for commerce students, skill development, and XYZ. So there are almost, so please stay in tune with, give at least 2 or 5 seconds whenever WRC mail comes, read the subject line. If it makes interest to you, please open it up and go through it. Otherwise, you can then ignore it or delete it. But just don't. And I'm talking about WRC of ICI. You'll get a lot of other IDs, but WRC, please focus that you could at least give good 5 seconds, see the subject line. If it makes sense, just go and read it. I'm sure this year, every email that we are sending will create a difference to some of you, many of you, most of you. With these words, thank you very much, and I really can we put a round of applause for Pankaj ji Rathi. Thank you, Pankaj bhai, for making this possible for us. This entire conference, I don't know if you liked it or not, but we'll hear the feedback. But I'm sure so far I've heard it's a different and a difficult concept. But yes, I'm sure Shikhar and the others who have made it possible would have really done a good job. And we would love to hear from you. Any other ideas, any other suggestion, or any other conferences, or any other topics that you want, let us know. More than happy to. Thank you. Over to you, Madam. When the president of this country has to follow what photographer says.
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Kauda, for giving a very nice presentation of the WIC work which is being done at the moment across the Western region. And we are thankful that our institute is doing so much good things and lifting people up. And especially being a lady, I'm really thankful that such a great achievement has been done by one of our colleagues. Now we are coming back to the final session, and Pankaj Kumar Rathi is a partner and head treasury at Alumnus. He's a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, a member of CFA Institute, USA, and GAP, with an overall experience of more than 25 years in the financial markets. His previous association was with a large infrastructure financing company and was heading their currency and interest rate risk management department. He has significant experience in managing foreign currency and interest rate risk. He heads the treasury division and outsourcing business of Almas. Mr. Pankaj is also a recipient of Ganesh Mal Patni Award for scoring the highest mark in statistics in CA Foundation exam in 1993. A big applause for him.
Please, we're celebrating Pride this year. So please perform, relearn. I is the centric, that is innovation, and everything that we do is revolving around innovation. D is distinguished, E is enriched. So, sir, you are a pride of this WIC. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My colleagues have actually built blocks for me to climb on that and make a presentation. Whatever they have discussed about, it was more on a short-term trades and all. But India is actually a capital-starved country. We need capital. We need to bring out our people from poverty, and we need to put a huge amount of our capital. And that's the reason even whatever Indian banks lend, those money are sought, and we need to adhere to foreign currency borrowings. What happening? Let's look at the numbers. This is last year we have raised around $27 billion. Even the Indian system has got a significant amount of liquidity, but we are raising liabilities outside. Can somebody figure out why do we need to borrow abroad? Why can't we borrow from an Indian banking system itself? What is the need? So if you think over, there would be many things coming in. Why do we need to borrow? First, it can be, I'm making export to certain countries. And why should be I bearing an interest rate risk which lying here or interest rate which are lying here? Why can't I compete with those suppliers who are staying in that country and serving that market. So suppose if I'm exporting to US, if the US local manufacturer enjoy 1% interest rate, why I should be paying 7% interest rates? So this could be one of the reasons. Second reason, I'm such a big borrower. Indian banking system is full on limit on me. I need capital, so I go and borrow outside. There could be many other needs, but we need a foreign currency capital. That's the reason. Look at the number. We are almost $608 billion external debt we have. But it's okay. It's backed by closer to $560 billion of our reserves. Our external debt situation is not bad. Whenever there's a raid on a rupee or any emerging market currency, people start talking about that probably our system will collapse. It will not. Indian currency system is very strong. Now, I'm coming back to what exactly a foreign currency liability. It's basically a currency which is denominated. It's a loan which is denominated in a foreign currency. What is foreign currency for us? A currency which is not denominated, or a currency which is not an INR for any purpose. And why do we say that? Even if you think we are preparing our PNL and our balance sheet in one currency, and what is that currency? That currency is rupee. Anything irrespective of a rupee, different than the rupee, is a foreign currency. And we bear the risk of a variability of that. And FX denominated loan can come into many picture in many ways. FCNR loan, these are known as a foreign currency non-resident loan. People staying outside, they are sending money here, parked into NRE account. Those monies are being lent by the bank. These are known as FCNR loan. These are foreign currency term loans, which bank also lend. ECB, we'll be talking more about ECB. Any FX loan more than 6 months is basically a risk to the Indian system. What are advantages? Advantage is a low capital. It matches with your market, export market where you want to. Disadvantages, it can be very, very unhealthy for your balance sheet if currency depreciates more than 10% and you are not hedged. So we will cover this. We will highlight the characteristics of foreign currency borrowing. What are the variables we watch? These are the few advantages. It's a longer term financing. In India, nobody gives you a fixed rate loan more than 1 year, 2 year. In the abroad market, you can raise money 5 year, 10 year, 30 year, 40 year also a fixed rate. You can borrow fixed rate, you can convert you can borrow floating and you can convert into fixed rate. Yeah, the cost of borrowing can be managed very, very dynamically. The derivative instruments are there. We can use those derivative instruments. We can bring down the cost lower than the cost of borrowing in India. It provides a diversification. We don't have to look into one market, one currency, one center. We can look into borrowing in a different ways. You have different products. There are fixed rate products. There are floating rate products. There are products which can convert it into equities later on. So this is the benefit of FX borrowing. And this is a debt capital for future growth. And that is must. There's an associated risk of FX borrowing, which we'll be talking about. There's a depreciation of rupee, which is a major risk. And suppose you have borrowed a floating rate abroad, because abroad the loans are mostly available in the case of basically a variable rates. And if those rates go higher, it can have a significant impact on our borrowing cost. So these are the three variables. Whenever we look at the foreign currency capital, we look at the foreign currency borrowing. The is a FX rate, dollar rupee rate, which charts, I will follow that. And then there is a rate at which borrow. What happens, suppose you have borrowed 1 year back in US when the rates were closer to 0%, and you have not hedged those rates. The rate has moved from a 0.25 to 4.75. And this is the biggest risk. The moment it starts going higher, it will impact our PNL, our balance sheet. So these are the sensitivity. If these three rates go higher, it's move against us. If these three rates go lower, it is positive to us. Positive to the borrower, us means. Now, how these three rates can be, three variables can be hedged. These are the products which are available in the system, which are available in the market. First is a dollar rupee rate. The risk is basically the amount which you have borrowed. Suppose you have borrowed a $1 million and you have borrowed at a 80, and you thought that this 80 will go to 75. I should not be hedging. If it's 80, I should not be hedging. But suddenly it goes to 90. what are the products available? You can hedge only the principal risk. You can also hedge currency risk. You can use swaps. You can use options. The products which Shikhar explained, the products which Pratik explained, those are forwards. Swaps are a combination of a forwards. So these can be used to hedge currency risk. Then what we talk about is a variable interest rates. RFR is the risk-free rate is the name. Now, if these rates go higher, which are the products available? The same thing. We can use interest rate swaps. The same way which we can use forwards, we can book interest rate forwards. We can use interest rate swaps. There's a coupon only swaps. Only interest can be hedged. You don't have to hedge the currency risk on the interest. And then hedging premium. The premiums which my colleagues have spoken about, whenever you are buying an import, liability is like a payable. Imports are also payable. So we will be paying a premiums when we are hedging any of our variable interest rate risk or principal risk that will be required to pay. You cannot hedge only interest rate differential in case of a principal. RBI regulation do not permit. So whenever you want to hedge an interest rate differential, you have to hedge the full principal risk also. And that is known as a cross-currency interest rate swap. But if somebody is exporter and importer, they can use their underlying business to hedge premiums also. That's possible. Now, this is the one framework, and it's a very, very tightly regulated framework. RBI doesn't want anybody to bring money for a speculation purpose. They are actually want money for productive use. So they have actually put up a very good framework, and compliances of these frameworks. Basically, responsibility lies with the bankers and the chartered accountant who signed the ECB2 regulation, ECB2 forms, and whenever they submit a Form 83 for the bank to the RBI, all those regulations need to be followed up by CA Institute, so not CA Institute, CA members, and plus it has to be followed by the authorized dealers, which are banks. Now, what are the main characteristics our framework has? What are the basic clauses? First is this apply any money borrowed outside India. It can be INR denominated, it can be foreign currency denominated, both possible. So foreign currency also, but if you are borrowing outside, even you are borrowing in INR, it's possible that I go and borrow in London. There's a concept called masala bond. People will be subscribing to Indian bonds denominated in INR, but they will subscribe in a dollar, but we will get INR. We don't any risk. They would be leading that risk. Okay, what are the forms in which these bonds can be issued or these loans can be raised? Is a floating rate bond, it can be fixed rate bond, it can be debentures, it can be convertibles, it can be trade credit, it can be a foreign currency convertible bond, it can be foreign currency exchange bonds. So these are the names. Eligible borrowers. This is the exhaustive list which RBI has done. This is the basically the largest number of borrowers can access to ECBs. RBI says anybody who is permitted to bring money in a FDI route. Earlier, what used to happen, RBI used to say that only people who are putting up infrastructure in India, they can borrow in ECB. Now, anybody who can get money in FDI, they can borrow money in ECBs. Lenders, everybody can be a lender abroad, but they have to be regulated. It should not be unregulated entities. RBI just want to the clause, not clause, the organization. There's an organization known as FTF, Financial Task Force. Any country which has registered, any lender who has registered with the FTF can lend money. This is very, very important. RBI put up a clause which is known as a minimum average maturity clause. Now, RBI doesn't want this money to be a short-term in nature. They want this money, whatever the money comes, it should stay in India. It should work for a productive capital. And that's the reason they have prescribed minimum average maturity. The minimum average maturity applied for these loans are basically is 3 years. You cannot borrow lesser than 3 years. Only one clause RBI has given anybody who is borrowing up to $20 million, they can bring in for 1 year as well. But otherwise, the minimum average maturity is 3 years, and any corporate can borrow up to $750 million without going to RBI. The limit is huge. $750 million can be borrowed, equivalent to dollars. If somebody is borrowing in euros, JPY, the limit has been put into the rupee in the dollar perspective. Then RBI has put up other clauses, it's all in cost. It cannot exceed more than 5.5% in dollar terms. There should be end users. It cannot borrowed for a investment in real estate, cannot be borrowed for the trading in capital markets and all. So these are the things. Hedging provisions they've also put in that anybody who has got business in infrastructure, they do not have an export earning, they have to hedge minimum 70%. So these are the clauses are there. Trade credit framework is also there, up to 3-year requirement. You can borrow in a trade credits, and these are basically denominated in 6 months, tenor is 6 months. Now, why we are talking about, we will put up the charts and everything, but RBI doesn't want much of a money need to be unhedged. It's whatever you are borrowing, it should be hedged. In 2022, there was a economist in there's an economist in RBI who had put up a working paper, and this working paper says that anybody who is borrowing and has not been hedged, naturally they should look to do minimum hedge of 63 to 66%. This entire hedging thing also has come through a very long cycle. RBI has experimented on these things. First, they have said anybody who's borrowing in this sector need to be hedged. Then they have assigned anybody who's borrowing more than 5 years, not required to hedge, but less than 5 years, required to be hedged. Why is all those? Because unhedged FX risk. In 1996, all Asian economies goes into a tailspin because of whoever raised the money in Taiwan, in Korea, and all those things, they have not hedged themselves. And they had a huge problem of a currency risk at that point of a time. So RBI look at all those in a very, very controlled manner. They also identify what are the natural hedges, what are the financial hedges, what are the hedging requirements, what kind of a security, what are tenor, mandatory or discretionary. Both these are the few frameworks, but they say this is not mandatory, but this circular or this academy paper says that the minimum hedging ratio or optimal hedging ratio is between 63 to 66%. They have identified that 2013 and 2018 rupee depreciated quite significantly. And this point of a time, even if you would have hedged 63 to 66%, this was a good optimal hedge ratio. Now look at this. Let me put an example. Suppose, let me use the previous slide itself. Here, if you see, there is a clause which I would like to highlight, that the hedging rate has gone to 8.2 and 7.6%. Can you see this number? And this number is actually against a LIBOR, which is a floating rate benchmark. There is no credit spread. Then it says that maximum limit, which RBI allows is 6-month LIBOR plus 450 basis point. The rate would have gone to 12 to 13%. Any company which will pay 12 to 13% in Indian system, also in current economic scenario, won't be able to generate a good return for their investors. So you need to be very, very careful while hedging also, because you should not be incurring a very heavy cost. Now, this is the dollar rupee chart. We have moved, let's look at from the first cycle. At 2008, we were around 39 rupees. And today we are around 82 rupees. As Ankit has already highlighted, the actual annualized depreciation is closer to 3%. And if I pay the hedging cost from 2008 to till now, it will be around 4.5%. So even after hedging, I would not have made sense. So that's the reason you should be very, very careful when these kind of things, which arrows, I'm putting it approx. At this point of a time, it's very, very necessary that we are hedged properly. And when the period of consolidations are there, you can take advantage of those time. You don't have to pay the premiums. And whenever rupee appreciate, you get the benefit. And these type of a dynamic hedging can be done, and people are doing it. That was dollar rupee. Now I'm looking at the other funding currencies which people use. Is a euro, and our exports to European region is also very high. Look at the currency from a 0.68 to 1.56. This is a developed market currency. And this has also depreciated. Sorry, euro appreciated, dollar depreciated against that. So these all currencies are very, very volatile. If we are not hedged properly in a very short span of time, we can get kicked off very, very fast. This is chart rupee against euro. Look at one side depreciation. From 2002, we were closer to 40. and now we are at 90. The hedging cost for dollar is 4.5% during this period average. The hedging cost for euro is closer to 6.5%. Now, if I borrowed in euro, I would have saved more money. But look at this short span of a time, wherein somewhere in 2011, it has moved from 60 to 90. 50% depreciation in 2 years. If you are not hedged yourself properly, your liability from a $10 million equivalent would have gone to $15 million. So what we are trying to say, these are a cheap source of capital, but at the same point of time, it need to be managed very, very dynamically and very efficiently. The biggest funding currency. Why do people use Japanese yen as a funding currency? Anybody has got an answer? Japanese currency, yen is the currency which is the most used funding currency across the globe. Let me put it this way. Japan has not raised rates in last 22 or 23 years. Their rates are lying at zero. Their rates are lying at zero. And nobody expects, even today, that Japan, we have thought that the new Japanese governor has come, and yesterday he has done a press conference. I thought he will change his verbatim, say that inflation in Japan is around 4%, and they are still at a 0%. Why they don't raise rates? Because they believe their economy does not have a pricing power. There is an aging population, new birth growth rate is very low, so demand of the things will reduce. That's the reason people use a Japanese currency as a funding currency. I just want to let you know that Japanese yen at closer to 110 or 110 in 2021, and it has moved from 110 to 155 this point. 155, there's a 45 big figures in 1.5 years, and the rate is zero. If somebody has borrowed in Japanese yen, he is actually minting a gold in his company. So, but the same point of time, if somebody has borrowed a Japanese yen from a 147 to 138, they would have lost a big money. Why? When I'm saying Japanese yen, it has depreciated because all these major currencies are denominated against a dollar. When chart is going up, dollar rupee chart is going up, our currency depreciated, dollar appreciated. The same way, Japanese yen depreciated and dollar appreciated. So this is a very phenomenal thing which has happened. From a 108 or 9, it has moved to closer to 156, and would have meant a big money. And the rates have not changed in Japan at all. They are lying at still at a 0%. This is rupee against Japanese yen. So rupee depreciated during some time, but rupee appreciated, or because Japanese yen depreciated from a 2021 from 70 to 56. Indian, even rupee depreciated by 10%. If there were somebody had borrowed in yen, would have got a benefit of closer to 20% in their PNL. Now, this is one chart I just wanted to highlight. It's a volatility chart. This is 3-year volatility expected in dollar rupee. How much? This is a kind of an index. But whenever we have seen these kind of a lower uncertainties are getting priced in here, there, or you can see this. This is a 2013. Higher uncertainty basically means that the people are not certain what will happen. And we are really, really surprised in this time when the Russia-Ukraine war is going on, US is raising interest rates. Why our currency is such a lower uncertainty? Our currency has depreciated, but not very volatile. Volatility basically means depreciation, appreciation, depreciation, appreciation. And in this kind of a scenario, why our currency is not getting into higher volatility? Why rupee is not expected to be very volatile? The observation which I can share is RBI is very, very on the currency. They do not want either to appreciate or depreciate much. They are every day into the market. They want to protect the value of their currency. And that's the reason we are seeing a kind of a lower uncertainty in this. And I will be very, very surprised if this volatility, which is around 4, would be dripping lower than this. I think it will not. It will start moving up. Indian currency should start moving either side in a big way. Now, this was a one function which, please, yeah, Shikhar.
Help us identify the way to pick which currency should be preferred when it comes to borrowing currency. You see Euro killing us, Japanese killing us when it comes to picking currency. How do you identify which currencies to be picked?
So there are two factors. You can look at the two ways. One is basically how the country is doing and the country currency is doing. And another thing is your organization, which has got a kind of a natural hedge against this currency. If suppose if I've got a 70% of exposed to Japan, I would prefer Japan as my funding currency. That's the one thing which I will see where I've got a natural hedge. If I've got a 70-80% export to US, I will definitely look into borrowing in US. This is one factor. Second factor is a country which has got a lower growth, lower inflation expectations. Ideally, you should be using that currency as a funding currency. In current scenario, I would like to highlight one more thing. People currently borrowing in dollar, and the Indian taxation system has changed. Earlier, we used to have a withholding tax. Withholding tax was around 5%. Whether we understand withholding tax, there's a tedious, all of us understand. The same way there's a withholding tax. If you are paying interest outside, Indian system says that you should be reducing, you should be grossing up, not deducting, not reducing. You should be paying 5%. The corporate has to pay 5% tax to the local authority because somebody else is earning interest. We should be gaining also here from our corporations. So that 5% withholding tax need to be. So earlier the US interest rates were 0%. Europe was 0%. People preferring the all are same, let's borrow. Now, what I'm hearing that people are shifting from a dollar borrowing to yen borrowing, only because withholding tax will be lower in case of a Japanese yen, because the interest rates are 0. So your money which will be going outside will be linked to 0. So these are the few criteria, but the main is which current country or currency is expected to weaken, not doing great. That's the one thing. Second thing, what are my business requirements? And third is basically these kind of operational things are what we say tactical things are withholding tax, ease of operations, where the money you can get it. Currently, I believe is still the borrowing across the globe happen closer to 55 to 60% in dollars whenever people are borrowing cross borders, because your trades are also denominated closer to 70% in. The US economy is closer to 8 trillion or we are closer to 22 to 23% of the total global economy, but the trade happens closer to 70-75% of the total economy in US dollars. So that's the reason the borrowings also happen in US dollars. So till now we have spoken about the currency rates. Now we are talking about interest rates. Now, this is the interest rate of a US 5-year borrowing. Suppose you have borrowed 5 years, and I'm talking about only dollar interest rates. If you would have hedged in 2020 and post-COVID, you would have paid 0.3% for hedging your risk of an interest rate in US at 0.30% against LIBOR. In 2020, अगर मैंने 5 साल का इंटरेस्ट पे किया हेज कर दिया था 5 साल का कंबाइन करके मैंने 1.5% में पूरा हेज कर दिया होता था. That range from 0.3% to 4.5 has gone within the span of 1.5 years. I'm talking about 0.3 multiplied by 5 is 1.5%, 4% multiplied by 5 is 20%. Now this can be a significant delta which can occur in your balance sheet and your P&L. These hedges also need to be taken care. राम भरोसे नहीं छोड़ सकते हैं किसी को भी. And there's the period when in 2007-8 people would have hedged around 5.6%, 5.7%. The rates have come down to 0%. So there should be active intervention in all these borrowings, and risk need to be managed very, very efficiently. And why I'm saying this, whenever the US interest rates will come down, you will see that the Indian interest rates are also coming down. And you getting locked into a higher interest rate scenario at 5% and 4.5%, it can have a severe economic impact of your business because you won't be able to incur those kind of a cost in your P&L and balance sheet, because overall the competitor has got a lower interest rates, you have got a higher interest rates. So these need to be managed. The similar way, look at this chart, amazing charts. 2008-9 European interest rates for 5 years was closer to 5%. They had gone down to negative 0.4%. And now from a 0.4% to they have gone back to 3.4%. Why am these highlighting these numbers? I'm just trying to highlight the volatility and your clients. If you have got those kind of a borrowings of your clients, these can have a severe impact. जब उनको कुछ इस चीज पे कुछ आप विश्वास दिलाओगे कि या मार्केट में टूल्स अवेलेबल है, मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स अवेलेबल है, आप हेज कर सकते हो, आप अपने रिस्क को मैनेज कर सकते हो, पीपल आर देयर टू मैनेज ऑल दोज रिस्क, दैट विल बी अ ग्रेट हेल्प टू देम. नाउ दिस इज इंडियन स्वैप रेट फॉर अ 5 years. मैंने डॉलर में बोरो किया है, मुझे इंडिया में हेज करना है. द रेट वाज एज लो एज 5%, 4.8% in 2020-21. That has gone as high as 7.6%. But that has happened in India anyways also. Indian interest rates have also gone up. Hedging costs have also gone up in this case. This is currency difference in USD and INR rates. Basically, there's a difference of a dollar interest rates and rupee interest rates. Has moved from as high as 6.3% to 3%. These all are a cost. But locking at 6% or locking at 1% and locking at 3%, all these can make a significant contribution to the EBITDA number, balance sheet number, and P&L number. Similar way, I'm putting up a chart for Euro. The rates were as low as 0% in 2008-9, gone as high as 7.2% in 2014-15, now back to 3.8%. So these are the volatilities which are there in the markets, and products can be used. Now, this is the volatility which numbers and rate movement of a Euro INR and USD INR are calculated from a 2002 to 2003. Within a year, we have seen a volatility of 21% of Euro in 2002 and 23% in dollar rupee in 2011, 29% in 2013. So if these period of time, if our risk liability is not hedged, 2013, you would have seen our ICI has issued a notification, government has issued a notification that you don't have to charge to your P&L. You can capitalize all these foreign currency loans. I remember that was a big relief to all the companies. Suddenly, 20-25% of a borrowing was hitting P&L had been taken to the capitalization to their capex. They have issued a notification. Also, you calculate your IRR, and then according to that IRR, you put in the P&L rather than you putting entire FX fluctuation into P&L. So these are the time frame when we need to manage risk very, very efficiently. In the last year itself, in 2022, calendar year 2022, rupee low and high difference was 9.52, and euro low and high difference was 11 rupees. And this is 13% of an impact on the both side. So now directly jumping to what are the factors which we monitor for all these, how do we stipulate, how do we prepare a hedging plan, or anybody who is looking to hedge. These are the few factors they should be looking at. What are the macro data saying? How the GDP growth, inflation, currency, interest rates. Micro data, suppose you are in a company which has got industrial, whether corporate, counterparty risk, how's your industry doing, whether you want to hedge that risk. Somebody, exporter, IT is doing good across the globe. You might see that India getting more flows because India provides IT services. So all these things we keep capturing in our model for providing advices. RBI regulations, another thing, borrowing, there's a cancellation, RBI allow cancellation. RBI has allowed a basket of hedges products. We can, as Shikhar was explaining, earlier it was only forwards and swaps. Now you can use options. Even in the long-term borrowing, options are available. Banks provide that. FX swap rates, as I highlighted, from a 3% to 8-9%, spot rates, forward to forward rates. There are people who take an active call. I want to manage a risk only for 1 year because I expect interest rates are moving only higher for 1 year, and after that they will come down or they will flatten out. So I don't want to hedge for 5 years. I want to hedge for 1 year. So those kind of advices are also there. INR swap rates also there. Credit spreads and regulatory charges. There's a credit spreads. Whenever I'm looking for a 5-year hedge, and when I'm looking for a 6 months hedge, my 5-year hedge will have a higher credit requirement. Bank will ask for more margin for that. All those things also comes into picture when you are providing a when you are hedging it. And there are regulatory charges. Banks who provide these kind of facilities, they have to provide a more on a capital charges, more regulatory charges. These are the few factors which need to be considered for long-term FX borrowing. You should be evaluating FX borrowing options versus rupee domestic borrowing. You should be preparing a FX risk management policy. Why you are borrowing? What is the need of it? Scenario analysis and stress analysis. You should be doing. Suppose rupee moving from a 80 to 90 or 80 to 65. How my PNL will look like into this borrowing? So this should all be done in advance. There should be a recommendation on choice of currency, tenor, nature of benchmark. So all these things are available like a project, and people do it. We also help people in drawing down their money. We planning the cash flows. So all these factors are important. RBI looks foreign currency borrowing into a very regulated environment. There's a hedging requirement is there, how we will be hedging, whether it's need to be hedged or not. So all these things factors we put it across, and there's a performance benchmarking. Whenever I am borrowing a foreign currency loan, I need to benchmark against a rupee loan. Suppose if I have not taken a foreign currency loan, I would have taken a rupee loan. What will be the difference in both of them? That need to be evaluated. There's an approach which towards a long-term FX liability should be, as a practice, it's advised to compare FX borrowing rate as a separate thing, a benchmark, and compare with the INR cost of borrowing. It should be calculated separately, then compare with the INR cost of borrowing. There should be a clear distinction. I'm borrowing is for a capital requirement. I should not be use borrowing as a trade financing tool, because trade finance is a shorter term in nature. Capital is a very longer term in nature. What people say that it's my natural hedge. मैं अगले 10 साल में है ना इतने डॉलर का एक्सपोर्ट कर दूंगा तो मैं आज बोरो कर लेता हूँ उसको कुछ नहीं करता हूँ. Just think over it. Suppose 5 years back you have borrowed this money at 60 rupees and today it's 85 rupees. You have not managed that borrowing. And you're thinking मेरा तो 60 के हिसाब से है ना तो मैं 60 के हिसाब से अपने प्रोडक्ट की कॉस्टिंग कर लेता हूँ because मैंने 60 के समय ये बोरो किया था. Your product would not be competitive in the market because people would be able to sell their products because they are realizing 85 and you are thinking you are realizing 60. They would be able to sell their products very cheap or better. In a long-term borrowing, more FX should be allocated, more risk capital should be allocated. We should be okay that 1.5-2% interest rates एक time बढ़ जाएगा, but over a cycle of loan, it will come down. RBI regulations permit active management of hedges. मतलब आपने एक बार hedge ले लिया तो RBI ये नहीं बोलता कि आप continue करो. You can cancel, you can rebook, you can use your hedging tools as a very efficient according to your business needs and according to your view. We need to manage both currency and interest rate risk. We cannot keep open. And this is one topic which I think all of you guys would be taking on, is a hedge accounting. That's getting very famous and very adoptive in everybody's. I've seen a listed entity financials. Anybody who has got a forex borrowing or anybody who has got more than a kind of maybe more than a $50 to $100 million of export also, they've started adopting a hedge accounting because they want to reduce the P&L volatility quarter to quarter or year to year. So this is a one area where I think all of us can contribute to the balance sheet and P&L of our clients. And hedge accounting is must to be on. Anybody who wants to take our help, we need more details on our data borrowings and rates. This is on FX liability, interest rates, volatility, and everything. Anything you want to know, I can elaborate more. I know this is a slightly heavier subject than earlier subjects. It's a very long-term borrowing thing, which is people borrow for 3 year to 5 year, 10 years, and they need to manage. They'll have to look at a longer-term cycles for managing their risk. I'm done almost. on this part. There's another presentation which I would like to carry if you want to understand what's happening in the global market. In the equities, we know, but in case of a currency and interest rates, it's get more. I would say that more complex. So our research team, we have got two people who work for research, and they put these presentations on a regular interval. 2023, we believe, is a year of polycrisis. What can be a polycrisis? There's a geopolitical which we are leading into two major Russia, Ukraine, then China, Taiwan. We are finding very funny comments from US when they are correlating their relationship with Korea, because they are saying that we are interacting more with the Korea to get more chips, but it's not to alienate China. So somewhere US, China is also coming into picture. That's one thing. Second thing, higher inflation, higher interest rate is another crisis. So these are the two crises which mainly we are leading into. Next year, US election, and next year, India election. US election could turn dramatic. So this is one which we say that each Fed rate cycle has ended with a major financial failure. We have seen a Silicon Valley Bank, if all of us would have heard. Now the second bank is about to fail. I think US has clearly made a mind that they will allow First Republic Bank also to fall. First Republic Bank all-time high, the dollar price, share price was $212. Yesterday it closed at $3. And believe me or not, 1.5 months back, on the instructions of US, JP Morgan and other bankers have put in, I don't know, I'm not very sure they have put in the FTs, but they have signed the documents that they will be lending money to First Republic Bank, and that can turn dramatic. So this is one presentation. Second presentation, second slide is basically what kind of a losses when the interest rate has moved from a 0% to 4-5%. These are the losses, around $675 billion of a loss which is there in the banking books of US and has not been charged to PNL. So these numbers are significant. US rates have gone down, but gone up, but bankers have not raised their deposit rates. And that's the reason the money has been taken out from a Silicon Valley Bank, money has taken out from a First Republic Bank, and it has moved to their money market funds. So if interested, I will take these slides, otherwise a little very, very technical in nature. The following slides would be more technical in nature. So this is one, if you look at if unrealized security losses would have been taken to balance sheet, SVB did not have any capital left. And that's the reason they have announced the IPO and they have gone down the drain. 6-month T-bill is around 2%. Another funnier thing is happening in a couple of weeks in US. In US, there's a concept of debt ceiling. They cannot borrow money more than a limit. And they have to take both house permission, Republican, Democrat. In US, the overnight deposit rate is closer to 5%. But if you want to buy a 1-month treasury bill issued by US, they are going at 3.10%. And the reason people are believing probably if this debt ceiling will not extend it, then why I should be investing a longer term funds? I should be investing in 1 year. So there's a 5% overnight rates are there and 3.10% where the T-bills are. So this is another funnier thing is happening in US. This is a concept known as where the US interest rate should be or any central bank rate should be. And Taylor who suggests that the rate should be closer to 8.5%. Closer, we are at this point of a time around 5%. This is one which is all the world monitor for a US interest rates. The US interest rates, 2-year security is closer to 5%. It has not stayed above 5% for longer. People are expecting that this rate should be going down. Another concept which all the markets basically look at what is the 2-year bond rate and what is the 10-year bond rate. If the positivity is there, then the people are expecting that the economy will be expanding. But 2-year minus 10-year, is into negative, 10-year is lower than the 2-year, then basically market start pricing that there will be a recession and the US will be cutting interest rates. So currently, today, 2-year interest yields are around 4.90 or 5%, and 10-year is around 3.5%. So not 4.96, 3.96 and 4% and 3.5%. So 50 basis point rate. So they are expecting that the US will get into a recession and there will be a rate cuts. These are the changes which happened. So current expectations are basically we should be having a interest rates cut to 4.5 in December 23 itself. The recent one is expecting this. So yeah, that's all from my side. I think these will be very, very technical. Any questions? I'm happy to take. Otherwise, we are done. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for handling this critical subject. Actually, this session is really good. Thank you so much. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. प्रेजेंटेशन क्या करें डिलीट कर देना रहने दे, ये क्या है? रहने दे।